Good morning. Good evening. Good afternoon. How's everyone doing today? Welcome on in. How was everyone's weekend? What's up? Hey, Dalen. Welcome back, Valley. How you doing today, Iron? Hey, Medieval. What you up to? Hey, Sci-Fi. What you up to today? Good to see you again, Sleepy. Hello, Douche Lord. 75 stream streak. Woo! Hey, Texas. What you up to today? Hey, Rainy. How ya doing today, everybody? What's going on? How y'all doing? Hey, Bonsai, welcome on back to you as well. I'm early today. No, I'm not early today. It's just the daylight savings time happened here in North America, so it's still normal time for me. It may be early for you because of like the whole daylight savings shenanigans. Hey, Meme King, I'm gonna do any relics today? Yeah, we're gonna get our weeklies done first, and then we'll figure out from there. Not much. Playing some Helldivers 2 and testing out Cache OS. Ah, another Linux addict. I see. I'm honestly just waiting for Steam OS. Question about Lavos, would you better run Archon Vitality or Umbral? You know, it kind of depends on the build. Like, the Health Tank Lavos build that I was working on with Arcane Persistence, I went Umbral for the extra health because that got us up to a break point for Persistence survivability. But if you aren't working around with Persistence, I would probably say go for Archon Vitality. Yeah. Also, you could run the original Dead Space because Windows sucks. I understand that. Is Ensnare a good replacement for Viral Rush? I mean, I probably wouldn't because Viral Rush applies a bunch of cold, which does like slow down acolytes, and that's basically ends up being the same reason why people would run Ensnare is to lock down bosses and mini bosses. So because it's one of the few abilities in the game that can actually lock those down. Is there a reason why? It's just daylight savings time happened. So if you don't know what daylight savings time, because you live in a country that's enlightened and doesn't have daylight savings time, it's really fucking stupid. Why do we still have it? Every March and like October, September-ish area, during the spring we move an hour forward, and during the fall we move an hour backwards. It's not a Canada thing, it's like a large portion of the world still does it. It's very stupid. Very, very stupid. It's just old, like, it's old stupid things. We have it here in Norway as well. Yeah, it's just daylight savings time. It's something that's been like a bothersome pain in everybody's butt, and they just like did it during the 80s and just, I don't know, it's really stupid. The logic behind it was like, no, so it was for farmer stuff and for oil consumption, which in reality doesn't actually do anything, and it actually causes more problems for everybody than it actually saves. They did it during like during one of the oil crises in like, I think it was the 1980s or 1970s is when they did this change. It's really stupid. It's really, really dumb. No, I don't think the UK has it. No, I don't think the UK has it. Okay, y'all know what we're doing. Y'all know what we're doing. We're going to do Steel Meridian. I knew you were here, Echo. Wasn't it an energy rather than farmers? It's kind of been like a little bit of column A, a little column B for excuses for the reason why. It's really stupid. It's dumb. Long story short, it's dumb. It doesn't actually help anything. It doesn't do anything. They just did change for the sake of change. That's literally the reason why. It's stupid. It's really, really dumb. Because nobody, like, farmers don't care about time. They don't operate on time. They operate on when things are growing. Like, I grew up in a farming community. They don't give a crap about time. It's really stupid. Anyway, who wants to join us for Steel Meridian dailies? Can you show me a few builds? Please do, but I'm gonna go do my dailies quickly first. Might run Archon instead because it doubles heat with Catalyze. Yeah, and that's like my logic to it too. Like most of the time I would do that. Thermal Sunder is a meme ability on Loki. Thermal Transfer is hilarious on Loki. Gun Platform Loki's great. Really good, actually. Okay, hey, Risman. When's the Vobin build video? I've just been dealing with some health problems for the last couple of weeks. So the video, I'm in like the last stages. I'm hoping to have it done this week. The Mosive, what's your in-game name? Is it one run or multi? We're gonna get all the Steel Meridian dailies done, and then anyone who's not part of doing Steel Meridian, we'll switch over to Suda afterwards. UK is the last Sunday in March and the last Sunday in October. There you go. Just checked my Frost short. I hope you like it. In game, 1 sec. Now, I'm gonna send you an invite right now, and it'll wait for you. Okay, we got room for one more. Also, you know what's hilarious? So every time that I make a post on TikTok about explaining the situation with me and TikTok, within like 36 hours, whatever I was making a short about now no longer happens. So in case you're like out of the loop, on TikTok, I turned off comments on TikTok because as a Canadian, I don't earn anything from TikTok. And also just I have time restrictions in my day to like manage the TikTok side of things. And then on top of that, then there's with the new ownership in the States, it caused just a whole bunch of ethical problems for me. And then yesterday, the Canadian government announced that they've figured out the problem with TikTok. It's like anytime that I make a short that's an update on something, is just like immediately without fail within the next like 72 hours, whatever I was making a short on doing an update with that platform, it gets changed. I don't know what to do anymore, man. I should just make a short, immediately something problematic happens, and then it will, like, it's getting mega flinned. Damage ability on Loki equals a meme build is equivalent to books are in the library. I mean, to be fair, gun platform Loki is actually really fun to play. That's how I play my Loki. If you want to see my build for Loki, I run it with Zatas, but of course you can definitely swap in Thermal Sunder. Mainly for thermal transfer. Hi, dinos! How you doing? Grendel Meatball is so fun. Oh, Grendel Meatball is hilariously good. Okay, Cardi, I shot you an invite. Sorry for being late. I will not forgive you. Impossible to forgive you. Start getting shorts about the US healthcare system. I don't think that's gonna work. I don't think that works. I think I only have the powers over complaining about something about a platform and then, like, the platform within 36 hours changing what I was complaining about. It's hilarious. It's, like, also mildly frustrating because now it's like, well, there's egg on my face. Used to be starting later. Yeah, North America time change shenanigans. Daylight savings time. Hey, Mariana, how you doing? All right, we're not doing Steel Path. Where the shot, yeah, I don't have the power over that. I only have the power over things that, like, directly affect me, apparently. So anyway, if you're someone who likes watching my stuff on TikTok, the comment section, I'm just kind of waiting to see a little bit more news, but the comment section should be returning on TikTok by the end of the week. If I hear anything about sort of how this situation is rolling out for Canadians. It's still 12 for you? Yeah, daylight savings time. It's just, you know, nothing I can do about it. Daylight savings time's dumb. And it's really stupid because here in Ontario, our government was like, yeah, daylight savings time is stupid. But we're only going to stop doing it if Quebec and New York State stop doing it. It's like, what the hell? Hey, Shar, how you doing? Shar, welcome back to my being held in comments for no reason. It's hilarious that it's always with you, and it's just like every single time. But I'm never actually mad about it, so I just find it funny at this point. Hey, Barong, how you doing? Yeah, Dinos, just shoot. You know me. You're always allowed to slide in my DMs, Dinos. Usually streams at 9 p.m. for you, and streaming at 8 daylight savings sounds stupid. Yeah, it's really dumb. Yep. Oh, hi there, Andy-Tan. How you doing? Can we get shoutouts for Andy-Tan and Dinos if we haven't already? Whee! Got him, hell yeah. Yeah, so anyway, long story short, daylight savings time is why it appears that I'm starting earlier. Doing some mod? No, I like doing my reputation dailies for the pledgeable syndicates, because then I can gather up a bunch of stuff. What's the effects of the vigilante set? You thought it gives you a chance to increase crit tier? That is correct, yes. So if you only have one vigilante mod on, which is what most people run, it's a single, it's 5% chance for your crits to be a higher tier. So it goes from yellow to orange, orange to red to red plus exclamation mark, etc. Fallen in love with playing with Jade, can't stop playing her. Ooh, Jade's a ton of fun. Restarted the game, you're looking for content. What should you do? Tips. Okay, so first off, if you type or someone else can summon it for you, exclamation point returning. Good friend of the stream, iFlynn, has done a video relatively recently on players returning to the game and some information for them. But the other thing with it is, the biggest thing that I always recommend is to spend some time, like, the game is very, very different depending on how long you've been gone for. Very, very, very different. But the biggest thing that I would recommend is just take it slow. Work on your main story quests, because those will unlock new systems in the game, being new missions, new maps, new weapons, and all that jazz. So definitely I would recommend doing... definitely would recommend doing that. Oh, the reason why they're DZ is the game doesn't display anything above tier 6. So it'll only show red with 3 exclamation marks. That's probably what you're experiencing. It doesn't, it still gives you the extra critical multiplier for the tier crit going up, right? But it doesn't give you the visual aspect of it, if I remember correctly. But yes, the game doesn't display red 4 exclamation marks. It only displays red 3 exclamation marks. So that's probably what you're experiencing. Equinox needs a buff, retouch, and not a rework. I agree. It needs a little... Equinox could use a little bit of love. She's in a spot where she's just a little clunky. Zaku. Oh yeah, the vigilante set's great. Just the person thought the vigilante set wasn't working for them. That's all. Sci-fi. Yeah, the vigilante set's great. It's not quite Enervate, right? Because Enervate will give you crit chance, but it's like it amps up your crits. Hey Tal, how you doing? LR test pushback, 5 months, 19 days. Yeah. That's sad. It's still giving you the damage, it just doesn't display it. So it's still working. It just doesn't display it. Play Frost more? No, play Frost more. Sorry. That's the rules. I don't make them. I mean, I do make them, but also I don't make them. Vigilante set on shotguns is especially mandatory. I usually don't play it on shotguns, but you're right, it is really good on shotguns. Because I usually with shotguns like to go the increased projectile speed so that you can increase the fall off range on shotguns, and that's usually where I go with my Exilus slot. But if you aren't doing that and you don't care about it, and if you're, or as you just said, putting it on other things, then yes, it is excellent for the extra crit chance, especially if you can fit it into companions or other areas or other places where there are vigilante mods. Frost is actually good. Oh, Frost is great. Yeah. Frost is like really fun. 200% ability strength from Revenant, a frame you don't play anymore. Isn't that always how it works?
Stay focused.
Can't you hit attenuation on crit chance like damage or no? I mean, you do end up getting to a point where you have too much crit chance, but also funny red numbers. Like there is a, I wouldn't say like attenuation. It's more of, or are you meaning diminishing returns or are you meaning damage attenuation? Because those are, I think maybe what you're trying to say. Maybe, unless I'm stupid, which is always a likelihood. His heirloom looks pretty cool. Yeah, I just wish that I could get the heirloom. Which I can't. And it makes me upset. Do all weapons get affected by Meg's bubble? Yes, but any weapon that has actual projectiles is best because they'll bounce around inside of the bubble. So like if it's a hit scan weapon, it'll bounce around, but it doesn't like go crazy. Which skin? Frost heirloom skin. I just wish that we could still get it, but we can't, and it makes me sad. Yeah, so like crit chance does like eventually get diminishing returns. You don't need to go like super high into crit chance or super high into critical damage, and eventually it's like going into something else would be more efficient, but also funny big numbers. Funny big numbers. We do like funny big numbers in this house. But yeah, all weapons will go into Meg's bubble. It's just specifically projectile weapons that have the best synergies with her bubble. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. Y'all know the deal. See you in a second. You're not getting it. Why am I farming standing? So the reason why is the tokens that you get inside of here are outside of your daily standing maximum. So when a new Prime Access comes out, which we should be getting one in the first couple of weeks of April, it means that I have millions of reputation to turn into relic packs, meaning that I have all the relics I need to farm a new Prime frame the moment they come out. And that is the logic and reasoning behind it. So this daily standing, all of these little tokens that we're finding in here are really, really going to be helping us out. This guy made you change your username and it's still catching you, Char. That's the funny thing. It still thinks that you're an evil person for some reason. I'm like, why? I don't know. It's such a silly situation. Weekly things? Yeah, Moon. Moon, how you doing? How much time left on the MR test question? 5 months, 19 days. YouTube is dumb? Correct. Yes. YouTube is very dumb. YouTube drives me insane. Force it against without losing standing. You get one group up first, up to maximum, and then you pledge to another group who deals the least amount of rep to you. So Suda and Arbiter's Hexes first. Right? This is how I've done it with this group. Suda and Arbiter's Hexes first. Once you have Suda and Arbiter's Hexes maxed out, then you move on to Steel Meridian specifically, because Steel Meridian deals the least amount of reputation damage. And then you're good. And then you're all good. Hey, Miraz, how you doing? My most used frame? Allegedly it's Zaku, but I only really do Zaku for an hour every day, which just sort of adds up over time, but Neж is my most played frame. How you doing, Gingers? What you up to? Would Arcane's good on Excalibur Umbra? How do you build Umbra for survivability and damage? Well, I've got a video for you on how I do that and deal with that. Boop, boop, boop. So you get Suda and Steel Meridian, or Suda and just because I've been busy. Where are we at? 6 there. So you get Suda and Arbiter's Hexes up, is how I've done it. And then once you have those up, then you switch over to Steel Meridian and you do Suda and Steel Meridian dailies every day with your daily reputation maximum going into Steel Meridian. And that's how you maintain 4 factions at a time. It's a little bit overly complex, and it's not really all that necessary, if I'm going to be honest. It's purely because of, it's purely for, the relic pack stuff that I was talking about earlier. There it is. Oh, I thought that door closed. Whoopsies. Hey, Wesker. How you doing today? I'm coming. It's hard to get Arbiter's Hexa standing without Red Veil. Yes, without pissing off Red Veil. Yeah, and that's why you do Suda and Steel Meridian, because the daily rep that you do for Steel Meridian will go into Red Veil, and then you can maintain all four. Did you not stream yesterday? No, I don't stream on Mondays or Sundays. Just to give myself time to work on videos and stuff. Just kind of agitated, was doing circuit matchup with the Sevagoth and Dante, both of them DC'd. Oh no! No! Those days suck anyway. See? Yeah. Yeah, see? Son, everybody. Okay, Judali, you said you were going to join us for Suda? Judali. Come on down. Mosif, you're welcome to stay if you're doing Cephalon Suda as well. But otherwise, get out. You got Suda too? Perfect. Perfect. You're awake? Hell yeah. Welcome on in. You're forced to get enjoyer? Yeah, it's nice. A little laggy? That's all right. I don't care. We hanging. We having a good day. Does negative projectile speed affect the Ocucore at all? I believe it's a hit scan, so no. Ooh, it's this tile. I don't think this tile has any candies. -2 because you forgot to change from Suda to Steel Meridian? Yeah. What's the Frost? A weapon platform build? It is a weapon platform build. It's hit scan, so no? Yeah, that's what I remember it being, a hit scan. If I'm not like 100% certain on something, I usually will just go with the default of, I'm pretty sure it's hit scan, but I've been wrong before and I'll be wrong again. Because unless I'm 100% certain, I will just generally go, you know, a little bit more neutral, let's say. Because especially in Warframe, a bunch of weird stuff exists. You know? Weird code and shenanigans. 90% of the time, work from home, but on the days, Sundays, you actually like going to work willingly. Yeah, I get that. You don't have to deal with people. What if Pulverize was a helmet ability? What one's Pulverize again? Is that Grendel's 3? Is that the Grendel ball form? There's a cool looking sign on it from the Conclave. If you do Face Off, which is a Warframe 1999 mission, that will face you off against other players in sort of a PvE-VE situation, and also will give you reputation with the Conclave. Hey Vork, how you doing today? It's weird how they balance the syndicates. If you want Valkyrie mods, then they're New Loca, and you can't get them if you're with Steel Meridian. Yeah, there are a few ones that are a little bit weird. Like, there's a few frames whose augment mods are locked behind a single pairing of syndicates. It's not a lot of them, but there is a few of them that do that. Hey, Birdie, how you doing today? So it's not like that bad, but it's there. You know what I mean? Because most of the time you can swap out your syndicates, like, not swap out your syndicates, but like most of the time you can, between two syndicates, get a good chunk of the frames augments, but there are a few of them that are locked behind single pairings. You're gonna lurk roll in ES? I hope you have yourself a good lurk. Pretty much just buy all of your augments, and see, that's the other thing. Like, what you do is you just get your reputation up, and then you find somebody to trade with you for their augment stuff. Or their faction stuff, and then that's kind of how you do it as well. So, like, you can go around and figure it out other directions. You're not farming for New Loca? Then don't do it. Grab stuff from your faction, sell it, or trade it for stuff that you want from the factions. I'll be going back to New Loca when the new patch comes, because I'm a collector, so the new patch is going to have, like, new titles and stuff for the syndicates. So I'll be going back to New Loca for that. I actually don't mind New Loka. I'm down with my eco-terrorists. In-game. In-game. Very important. Titles like Honors? Yeah. I always forget how to say Honora. I always forget that Honora is their name. Because I'm big dumb. Big old stupid sometimes. Yeah, so the new factions are getting a bunch of Honoras, so I'll be switching back to New Loka for that. Yeah. Because I'm a collector. I want to own everything.
To break into any data vaults and steal any intelligence files you find.
You got a square brain? I sadly have a oblong brain. Yep.
None of the scanners have detected you.
I've got a similar brain structure to the what a supernova looks like. A type 2 supernova. No one is gonna know what I'm talking about, and that's okay.
Be on the lookout for increased security measures.
I like watching astrophysics things on YouTube. I really like astronomy. Ah! Ah!
Alarms. Data destruction.
Alarms? Oh no! Whatever shall I do?
Integrity verified. Retrieval was successful.
Candy. Where's this candy? Candy. Nom 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 nom. Any more candies? No more candies. Sabine Hofstetter? Oh, the one that I really like is Dr. Becky. That's another one that I really like. And then Astrum as well is also really good, and Antram Pevrov is also very good. I don't think I've seen Sabine Hofstetter at all. I don't think I've seen any of their content. You like her too, but she took a really long break. Yeah, she had breast cancer, so she's just coming back to content now. And good for her taking the time off to take care of her health. Rightfully earned. Astrophysics? Yeah, astronomy, astrophysics. I just love it. Because I want the aliens to come and save us. Dispensary plus equilibrium on old Vauban? I mean, yeah, that would work. For energy concerns, absolutely. Hold, hodl? 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 Nope, nothing. They like to hide them in these little black back hallways.
We have everything we came for. Get to extraction.
And not this time. Being the Ark, that would be hell? I don't know, man. I don't know if that would be hell. It might be an improvement. Not using air support on them? I typically only really use the air support if I have problems actually finding them. Or if it's in like a room that I know that's a little bit annoying to try to find all of the stuff on the ground. So I just use the box breaker plus vacuum tech. So anything that doesn't get sucked up by vacuum is something for you to pick up by hand. Which is, in these case, usually speaking, the things. Like that one. But of course, you know, it's 6 of one, half dozen another. Both are the exact same thing at the end of the day. It does not really matter. It's just the way that I do it. Like in spy rooms, usually I'll drop it because they like to hide candies in spy rooms. Movie, what's up? Use Vara's Prowl with her augment if you're patient enough. Yeah, it's just long, and I'm not patient. Can't you use Limbo for box breakers? Yep, Limbo's a box breaker. Caliban with his 1 and 4 a box breaker. Equinox with her 4 is box breaker. I just find Zaku's the best because the guns mean that I don't have to worry about like actually fighting people. The grasp of Loke that they have.
Stay focused. There's a
Hey, Gundor, how you doing today? Zaku's range is higher than Limbo's. I believe Zaku's range is also higher than Limbo's, if I'm remembering correctly. I believe that you are correct. Loki plus any stealth frame in mission can, because you use Opera and Drifter for the missions. Yeah, that's totally fair. Doing fine, about to get on leg day? Hell yeah. Pray for you, leg day, best day. Leg day, best day.
Another job well executed.
Yeah, but I also still want to kill stuff because then you get like resources and stuff. Yo, Blue, how you doing today? What you up to? Also, I don't know who did it, but someone gave 5 subs on Sunday when I was offline, and for some reason, Stream almost doesn't want to tell me who did that, so thank you to that person. You got in the Factorio itch? Oh no. Transfers helps when you're vulnerable too, obviously. Yeah, absolutely. It's just like most things in Warframe, there's not one answer to solving the problem, right? There's lots and lots of different ways to enjoy and get the job done, right?
This is a mobile defense mission. You must deliver payloads and defend a number of locations while I break into the network. Be prepared for heavy resistance. I can't do this without you.
Sorry, just responding to YouTube comments while we were loading in. The Void Hungers. All right, give me a moment here. What's good? AoE secondary, Acarius Prime, Compressor Prime, or regular Compressor. Pox.
This will take a moment.
Pox is pretty good. See, like here, because we're in a mobile defense, this is where I'll spawn the, I'll use the, whatchamacallit,
Still working on it.
because then you can just sort of like find out of the general area of where things are. Like this is another room that I'll always use the air support charge, because they like to hide stuff in some of these weird back rooms here. Let me see if I can find that weird back room here to show you what I'm talking about. Oh, Echo did it. Yeah, so this one here is like locked and has stuff in it. It's like it's a good spot. That's what makes this tile useful. The Arcarias, I mean, just like any other enervate-based crit weapon, except then throw on Firestorm or Fulmination or whatever it's called for pistols, because I can never remember the difference.
We have got to find a terminal.
Really cool. Through the Hormone came back, and before Morgan Freeman talked to us about it again. Morgan Freeman.
Get me in and get ready to defend.
Nothing over here.
This will take a moment.
Yeah, I want to say it's Firestorm for pistols, but I do always get those names mixed up. So, I don't know off the top of my head. It's one of those two. I just can't recall. Echo, that was mine! What the frig? You run viral heat with either flare or fortifier? Yeah, I like to do the all-in on the crits for it. So like that's why I go Enervate. He doesn't have great. Oh no, the Acarius Prime actually has like a pretty decent crit chance, doesn't it? I'm thinking the Arcarius normal, right? Is Taco Prime good or useless? Because the passive is pretty useless. 6% status chance. Any good use for it? I mean, just like any weapon in the game, right? If you're brave enough or stupid enough, anything can work, right? The Techo Prime certainly is a melee weapon. It exists. It does melee things, but it's not like the craziest weapon out there. Hey, Hot Ice, how you doing today? Mods, can we get a shout out for Hot Ice, please?
Terminal hacked.
If I got a mod hanging around.
Terminal spotted. Upload me and prepare to defend.
Anything works if you know what it needs? Yeah, exactly. I mean, I just say anything works if you're brave enough or stupid enough to make it work. right? You throw melee influence on anything that's a melee and it's probably gonna work.
Take a moment.
Probably going to do its thing. Oh, nothing there. 7 stream streaks. Thanks, Hot Ice. Hey, Banana, how you doing today? Candy there. So that's 6. And then 7, 6, 7. Ah! Why? Spite. Because you stole my candy, Echo. Doing good. What about y'all? Doing pretty good.
Defend.
Doing pretty good. Just vibing at the moment. No brain rotted Xenon. It's not brain rotted. It's laughing at people getting upset about it. What this is mocking those who actually get upset about it. Because it's funny to me. No. Want to bet this is spam? Anyone want to bet this is a spam call?
The odds were against us, Tenno, but we did it. Mission complete.
It was a spam call. Damn spam calls. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here. Y'all know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people look at brew lads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me. You want to support the community to sub to Turbo. Otherwise, it takes. See you in a second. Bye. You'd like to have a chance that you'd win? Yeah, I know. I don't really make bets unless I'm very confident.
Job well executed.
I am not a gambling person. If you're delusional, anything can work in Steel Path. You know it. That's why I said if you're brave enough or stupid enough, anything can work in Warframe. It's great. Okay, I think we got one more here, right? No, we're done. Get on my squad, nerds. GG. It's fulmination for pistols? Yeah, it always gets me. It always gets me. I don't know. It's just like every time. For some reason, I can never remember which one is for which weapon. And it breaks my brain. It don't make sense. See, and then we turn all this reputation into relic packs, and that's how I've got so many relics hanging around in my inventory all the time. And then when a Prime Access comes out, we turn all of these hundreds of tokens that we get in these missions into more. Because if you go, we'll just pop into a relay here real quick so I can show you what I'm talking about. Yes, I know I can go to the reputation terminal. Bip, 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 bip. Bip, 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 bip. Some days. Syndicates, we'll go to Suda. So all of these here are outside of the daily reputation minimum, maximums. So that's just for Suda. Just for Suda, we've got 121 times 5,000 plus 357 times 1,000 plus 420 just Blaze times 500. Just for Suda, we've got 1.172 million reputation saved up. And then half of that goes over to Arbors of Hexus. So then that's 600 some odd thousand for a total of 1.8 million, which then is 20,000 reputation per relic pack. You know? Times 1.5. No. Hold on. What happened there? Yeah, that, and then divided by 20,000. That's 87 relic packs times 3. It's 263 relics. From just doing that, it's 263 relics, and then Steel Meridian has basically the exact same. Whee! Am I a sweet? I don't know what you're saying. How long have you been collecting Syndicate medallions? I turn them in every Prime Access, Commander Knight. So Gyre Prime was when I did the last switch in. Okay, the Finished Duck, thanks for the follow, welcome in. Why did I not get any alert for that? Twitch alerts. YouTube alerts. Okay, that's weird. Hold on, I just need to do a quick tech test here. Replay. There we go. Okay. You again, the Umble guy. Watch the video and you have a question. What level does the build start to fall off, if you remember? I've never had it fall off in anything that's not level cap. ETA, EDA, not a problem. So going into level cap, it would require a little bit of a different build and be focusing more around slash dash or going into like arcane persistence. Just because it's not made for do level caps. It's just not a build that is optimized for that direction of content. However, for all other content in the game, it's great. You do your syndicates. You're curious how many you have? Yeah, I've got about that much, so I've probably got close to 4.4 million. No, 3.4 million. Yeah, 3.4 million. Reputation. Save it up for the next one. Okay, Rowan, let's take a look at your Excalibur Umbra. Triple Umbrals, Chromatic, Archon Flow, Multi-Augmented Arcane Blessing, Elemental Ward. What are you doing with Elemental Ward? What color are you doing here, Rowan? I guess you're just going into more heat, or more health with heat, because you got Blessing here with Multi-Augmented. Ice for the armor? Okay. Yeah, ice for the armor is perfectly fine. More damage reduction, also reflects damage back at enemies, freezing them, gives you another status effect. Just keep in mind that it's not going to be really activating Archon Flow. It doesn't do that much damage to enemies. So it's like, if you're using Archon Flow because you don't have Prime Flow, you totally get it, but you may want to switch that out. But it's not like it's not like a bad choice in any way, shape, or form. The Daikyu has an Amalgam mod that I would highly recommend looking into. Because it's really good. It's really, really good. I would also replace Speed Trigger here for Vile Acceleration. If you want to see my Daikyu, DAYKYU. There we go. You can see my Daikyu build there for reference point of what I'm talking about. Acuity is really, really good on it. I'm just not a big fan of Acuity because I'm bad at the game, but that's a personal preference. Archon Continuity, deal corrosive if you have viral on the Exalted Blade. No, it needs to be toxin on its own. If any of the things are saying that it does X with X element, or X with Y element must be solo element. Lex Prime. So the Lex Prime, I probably wouldn't run Merciless Gunfight. The Lex Incarnate has punch through natively on it, so you don't necessarily need this. And I would probably lean into multi-shot on here rather than Acuity. That's how I prefer to play it. But it's not like it's a bad direction you're going in at all. I would probably replace this with Magnetic Might. I would probably replace this with another element of some variety. And because you're running Acuity here, your Lethal Torrent isn't really doing anything here for you, right? You're only getting fire rate, so I'd probably replace this with just the pistol fire rate mod. Might be a little bit more efficient in build management wise if you want to go into the Acuity tech. But yeah, also if you want to see my Lex build, I think I got one there too for you. It's a little bit different. Again, I'm not like a huge fan of the whatchamacallit there, Acuity stuff. So Killing Blow is actually pretty decent on here because every 4 hits with both the Aura Blades or his main actual attack will count towards Discipline's merit. Note that it's only 1 hit per energy wave, not 1 hit per enemy. So the energy wave goes out for 75 meters. If it hits multiple enemies, it still only counts as 1 hit. So just keep that in mind. I would probably personally not go with Killing Blow, but it's not a bad choice in any way, shape, or form. The way I like to run Excal is going into the is going into influence because it's just really bonkers on Excalibur with the Exalted Blades, wave blades. But what you've got here is certainly not bad at all. Afflictions, I think that the heavy attack will activate afflictions. I think that it knocks down people, but keep in mind that you're usually just killing them outright. So I don't know if afflictions is necessarily the best way to go, but it's certainly not a bad way to go. I probably wouldn't run Gladiator Might. You're running cold, so that means your Chromatic Blade will also be cold. You could switch out Gladiator Might for... No, but you got heat here. Never mind. I was gonna say you could try to do Gas Blast, but you already got heat here, so you can't do that. But maybe switch out Gladiator Might for Elementalist. Or Galvanized Steel and Prime Pressure Point as well as another good option. I'm not a big fan of Condition Overload here. Just because I find that you end up killing things well before they get any form of status prime to them. So that's why I go Prime Pressure Point over Condition Overload. But if you have a good status priming companion and you're fine with sort of playing around that, then yeah, go for it. Otherwise, the rest of this looks fine. I'm not personally a huge fan of killing Blower Gladiator Might on here, but it's not that it's bad, it's just not for Zenos, if that makes sense. Kuvanukor, Merciless, Scorch, Elemental, Status Chance, Multi-Shot. Wow, that's a really good ribbon. That's a really tasty ribbon, actually. More crit damage, more multi-shot, and multi-shot on chain beams is multiplicative to your damage and your status chance. I would, however, definitely recommend getting punch through on chain beams. Punch through on chain beams makes it so that every enemy hit by the main beam will also chain out. So I would definitely recommend thinking about getting Merciless Gunfight on here. And if you want to see my build for the Kuvanukor, you can see my build there. Just sort of for reference what I'm talking about. Judali, think of adding green shards on Archon Continuity once you get it. Yeah, so Archon Continuity is not totally necessary on a Gastro build because this deals Toxin and also 100% armor strips. However, it is nice for adding an extra status effect on there, and if you got the spare mod space, then it makes sense to put on because it's another status effect for status priming and all that jazz. Battery to fuel your energy economy. You might want to look in getting some Umbral mods on here for a Gastro build. Cool Frost short, get it, Frost? Never mind. Yeah, I know. You jerk. By the way, that Frost short and the Dual Coated Toxica short coming tomorrow are both because of Sam. So you can blame Sam for that goodness. Also, hey Sam, how you doing? I would recommend... I'm not a big fan of Mars Hatred, personally. I would probably look at like Adaptation for more survivability because you heal yourself with your Nourish on Grendel. And maybe Umbrals as well. And if you want to see mine, because my build for Grendel is a Gastro build as well. There we go. I got there. There's my Grendel build for you. Meatball Man. Ooh, that looks cute. I like that. I like the blue. I like the blue. Different than the Warframe blue, but it's the same. Titan Archoplasmor, Magnetic Progenitor, Merciless, Galvanized Shot, Ravage. Yeah, so I mean, going into a crit size hybrid is really, really good. Keep in mind that this is multiplicative damage on here, right? And you got Merciless here, so that's actually quite a nice little combination. You could look at replacing Shotgun Barrage with Magnetic Strafe, and then instead of Magnetic, switch it off to like Heat and just amp up your heat damage a bit more, which is perfectly fine of a direction to go into, because then you'd get the Magnetic for dealing with Overguard and Shields, and then you'd also be getting the more heat damage, and of course with the Elemental Vice, you can swap out your element at will once you have 5 form on there. Avabin, ooh. Pody. I can't wait for that redo of this cape. Cannot wait, actually. That one looks so... actually, it does look better than this one. Not gonna lie. But also, because I got the TennoCon pack last year, means I'll get it for free this year. Because that's what they do with that type of stuff. Vobin, high range, decent strength, decent duration, Molt augmented for more strength, energy siphon for a little bit of energy regeneration, Archon stretch will be activated by your Teslas. For this last slot, you'd probably be looking at either a status cleanse like Rolling Guard for shield gatey stuff, or one of the augments. And for your last arcane slot that's empty, I would probably throw in Circumvent. I find Circumvent really, really strong on Vobin. Because his biggest problem is his survivability, so having an option there is really, really nice. To Andromeda! Ooh, pretty Jade. Nice choice with that ephemera. I really love that ephemera, actually. Your Jade config, aerodynamic aviator, growing power, velocity for fire rate on your glory, Molt augmented for more strength. I would probably say flow, vitality, continuity stretch, Jade's judgment. I would say if you're running Jade's judgment, you probably want some more range on here. I find increasing the AoEs of these Light's judgments would be really, really beneficial for Jade's judgment. So you might want to get some more range on here, but you would probably be looking at like one of these two, or like offloading Equilibrium into purple shards. But having higher duration does increase the duration of the Jade's beam, which does increase its damage from Jade's judgment. So like I get why you're going in that direction, but you might want to offload maybe Equilibrium into shards. Otherwise, the rest of this looks good. Yeah, nothing really to say. Was wondering if you should go Augur Message for Jade's Augment Judgment or Augur Reach for a bit more range. Yeah, I would say go for more range and then, or offload Equilibrium into shards, right? I find having some range on there is really, really convenient. Full strip plus max viral for Tesla Bank. Yes, but one thing that's important to remember is if you're at max Overguard and you refresh your Overguard and it's not 3000, Overguard being refreshed by recasting, Truculence won't activate. That's why I'm not personally a huge fan of Truculence, but it's not that it's a bad choice in any way, shape, or form. Just keep in mind that sometimes it doesn't activate all that often. I probably wouldn't go Combat Discipline here. I would definitely switch out this for probably Growing Power if you have it, for just some more power strength for your Overguard generation, Tesla Nervous Electricity, Status Chance, and so on and so forth. But you are going to have 40% more power strength here, and you do have Precision Intensify feeding into here. You may also want to think about getting, you're probably not going to be able to fit it, but Icy Avalanche scales its Overguard generation by armor and power strength, so you might want to think about getting some armor sources on here, but I don't think you really can or really need to, honestly. Okay. Helvania calls. Pro tip, save your birthday. What do you got? 250 enemies, Scaldra troops, Tech with abilities, melee, Scaldra with abilities, Tech Rod. Easy. I don't even have to switch off of Excalibur. One. Hey, Bolt Stripe, how you doing? And then get my dexterity holders. And you're fine there, and you're fine there. Oops. I think Warframe needs more harder content. We're getting that in the next patch. Router works on Exalted Blade? Yes, but I also just use it as my holder for Dexterity Arcanes. That's really the main reason, if I'm going to be honest. Is it's just a holder for my Dexterity Arcanes. Because it damages your Overguard instead of health? Does it actually do that? Because I remember that didn't work initially. So that's new knowledge to me. Get that man a V-neck? No. Yo, Productions. How you doing, Wilma? Still using Reaper on Umbra? Yeah, just for like casual content. More armor, a little bit of damage reduction, some energy or some health regeneration, which is kind of really all I really need for my Excalibur. And I haven't gone into persistent stuff on him outside of like just using Remedium, and which at that point you're just using Remedium for survivability, right? Chop, 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 chop. Choppity, 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 chop. Choppity, 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 chop. Choppity, 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 chop. You love arcanes? I also love arcanes. You gotta go now, Sci-Fi? No worries. Thanks for swinging by today. Hope you're having a good one. Is Kuva Heinz good? I mean, it's one of my favorite weapons, but I just kind of like it. It's not that it's like necessarily crazy good, but I enjoy the heck out of it. If you want to see my build for it, just, you know, the usual, type exclamation point Hind, and the nice bot will summon it for you. Freaking troll. Productions. Oh, yeah, Productions. By the way, if you need any help with any of that stuff, you know, you've been very helpful to me, so just let me know. I'm always happy to give you a hand. If I can help in any way, I will. All right, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while, so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me, and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, see you in a second. Bye. You help, don't ask for it. Isn't that the Canadian way? I'm in the exact same shoes as you, so I get it. Although I've been meaning to slide into your DMs to ask you a consulting question. To get you to consult on a thing for me. You know, the usual questions that I bother you with. Reapers gave you an idea to throw on melee fortification on Banshee's crit contagions on now, so overkill's level cap demolishes an arcane. Ooh, tasty. Ooh, tasty. How's the move been, Productions? Are y'all settled on in and all that jazz? Die, bladder dog. Yeah. Yeah. You can't keep me away with ads. You know what? You just watch wherever you want to, Productions. I appreciate you. Settled in and get into the groove. Oh, nice. Loki decoy mark for death build. Yeah, I've seen that build a few times. It's pretty interesting. Marked for death with the damage decoy stuff. Is that what you're referencing? Whoops. I was not paying attention. Oh, we're done. Well, I don't need to be here. The whole marriage thing so you don't get deported? Okay, don't get deported. That, I heard, is going to be very unfortunate for you. Hey, Hollow Z, it's been a while. Hope you're doing well. Okay, do you know where B is, game? I didn't mean to be here this long, but now that I've got steel essences, I don't want to leave until the mission's over so I can get all those tasty, tasty steel essences. How's the streamer man? Going pretty good, Riaz. How you doing today? 10 planks for Phantasm, the mark for death, decoy becomes nuke. Yeah, it's really, really silly. The one that I prefer to use with the low-key decoy thing is the the thing with Nyx's mind control. So that you have the mark for death enemy, or not mark for death, sorry, the damage decoy enemy teleport around with you, which is kind of nice.
Like this. See? My ass is out here on the line too. You've hit this
Only difficult content in the game is level cap for you, yes. A lot of people have a lot of difficulties with sort of all content, depending on where they are in the game. It's pretty normal. Oh, I forgot Iron. You gave the boy a treat. Let me get that for him right now. Went fishing yesterday. Ooh, very nice. Did you catch anything? You want a treat? It's like 18 degrees outside today. And then it's going, no, it's only 7 degrees outside. It just feels very warm in my apartment right now because of my computer and everything. What's my opinion about the cool dual pistols? Well, watch today's short and you can see me messing around with them. And then tomorrow I'll be revisiting the builds. They're outrageously good. It's gorgeous outside, yeah, but it's like warm and gross in here now because of it. Warframe is a massive knowledge check, so difficulty comes down to how thoroughly people study all the game systems. Yeah, Warframe is not a hard game. Warframe is just a complex game. Yeah. Notice ETA has become a Hildren fest. Yeah, there's a reason why all of us content creators are thinking that Hildren's going to be getting nerfed, and everyone who's saying otherwise is probably just living in denial. Hate to be that guy to bear the bad news, but it's the reality. When something becomes so overwhelming, it's, you know, the nail that sticks out is going to be the nail that gets hammered down, right? I think it's without a question at this point that Hildren's going to be probably getting some adjustments. Maybe in the Shadowgrapher, but they're usually really slow on that stuff. DE's kind of usually slow to see if it's just kind of like hype, or if it's just like something that's going to get fixed with a bug change or something like that. Why is she going to get nerfed? There's a lot of reasons why Hildren's really strong right now, and I do cover that in my most recent Hildren short. It's, you know, there's a lot of, it's not like a singular aspect for Hildren, it's just a bunch of systems aligned to allow her to do some really, really insane damage. Nerfing modifiers, yeah, I mean, that's part of it too, but it's more to do with the fact that she has infinite red crits with Enervate. She has funny tech with a bunch of different things. She's basically invincible because you just spam pillage and you're unkillable. You have 100% armor strip. You have really, really high damage with Aegis Gale. You have Aegis Gale's damage being amplified by arcane expertise. And bop, 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 bop. So it's not a one-faceted problem for her, like, outrageousness right now. But it is, nonetheless, one of those things where I think a lot of us creators are thinking that she's probably in the eyes for the nerf bet. Her Aegis Gale also ignoring line of sight restrictions. So like, it's a multifaceted problem. It's not like a singular thing. So they could look into it in a few different ways to adjust her damage output. Which, in all honesty, I think that they just need to fix the host desync problem with Enervate, and they need to make it so that Aegis Gale doesn't pierce line of sight. And she will be having no problems at all. She'll still be doing really, really good damage, and she'll still be very fun to play. She'll still be incredibly rewarding for the people who put in all that extra effort. But it is one of those things of, she's just, you know, a bunch of things have caused her to be outrageously strong. Which, if you want sort of like a quick and easy explanation, here you go. Also, my Hildren build. Green Shard. I won't say no. Let's go with free energy because I love energy. Tech Rot with abilities. Frost with Tesla Bank interactions too can easily be helmets with the build. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Tesla Bank is really, really funny. It's one of those augments that's always been this good, but it's just doing much more. Why is Conclave and defense blacked out on my thing? I have no idea. I guess maybe I've just never done those. I guess. Come on down to Funky Town, Tech Rot. Oh, Takrot. Where are you? You, in your opinion, doesn't? Okay. Well, you're certainly allowed to have an opinion. Is the TA easy this week? Haven't done it yet, so no. I usually get the Helvania calendar done before I do ETA EDA because these buffs that you get from the calendar do affect you in ETA and EDA. So just to make my life a little bit easier, and I'm already planning on doing the calendar anyway, so I might as well get some free buffs for it. Because I'm already doing this anyway for the shards and for the loot. So I might as well just get a little bit extra. Frost Eximuses. You're being honest? I agree. You're allowed to have an opinion. You are honestly allowed to have an opinion. Hildren is right now really over the top. That is my opinion. When one frame out damages everybody by a really massive margin, there is something wrong. It's just on a pure numbers basis. I don't want to have to go chase this one down. Oh, it's right here. Never mind. Hi, Mira. How you doing? She's like every other nuke frame in the game, no difference. That's very not true. Again, but you are allowed to have an opinion. Damage numbers to move away like that. It's just in the settings. I think it's called Cloud Hedis. Hope you're looking tall toady again. Did you just call me a toad? What the frig? Thought we were friends, Mira. Just calling me a toad. Oh, good, we're done. Frogs are cute though. Are toads cute though? Love the energy on the streams. That's what I'm here for. But Hildren does so much damage that you only need to move faster. Yep. Yeah. LOS nerf would be acceptable. Yeah, that's what I think. It's not like she needs anything crazy. I think that they need to fix the Enervate host desync problem because that's been a problem and that just needs to be fixed. If you're not the host, your Enervate can go into red crit tier and not reset. And the LOS on the Balefire for the whatchamacallit. That's it. It's not crazy. And that would just bring her in line so that, you know, when you're playing against with a Hildren in your squad, you can actually do something in the game. Starting over on a console? No? Why? Crowd control under 4 that frustrates you when you're in a squad? For me, it's more the damage than anything else. The crowd control is kind of neither here nor there. It's fine. It's useful. It's good. But just like the line of sight piercing amounts of damage that she does is a little bit too much. But again, I'm also not a dev, so like my opinions are just merely an opinion. So if they, you know, if the devs think it's fine, then who the hell am I gonna say anything, right? You know, if almighty Lord Pablo says that it's all good, then it's all good. Oh. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Already done, unless you're doing Steel Path. Further than that? No, it's just, this is the calendar. Every week there's, special rewards for doing Scaldra, doing missions here. Through the whole Vanya calendar, so that's all this is. This is all Steel Path. 165. It's just the weekly stuff for the Hovania calendar. 120. Think Ash Bladestorm needs a speed buff? Yeah, I've been calling for that. I've been asking for that for a long time. Oh, like you haven't done them before? Yeah, I don't know why that's like that. I have no idea why it's like that. It just has been like that, and it's just kind of sitting there. So I don't know what's going on with that. I've done those missions, and I've just never really cared because I'm not really going to do face-off. Like, face-off looked really interesting, and then I just kind of didn't like it, so I just didn't really play it anymore. That's all. So I haven't touched it in Steel Path, but also, like, for me, completing off the star chart, like, there's a bunch of things in the Steel Path star chart that I just haven't done for years. See my loadout? No, it's kind of buggy and doesn't always work, so that's why if you type exclamation point anything that I'm using, you can... The nice bot will summon you my YouTube videos for it. So if you type exclamation point Excalibur, you'll get my Excalibur. If you type exclamation point Panzer, you'll get my Panzer Volpofilo. Most of the time you like to play Hildren with your team, make it your playstyle, spam sonar, and the Hildren give lots of energy balls. Ooh, that sounds fun. Complete the Steel Path star chart? Maybe. The problem is that nobody's, if I keep adding stuff to it, nobody's still, biting for the 100 bombs. For some reason, the Hildrens are happy, and if they hit Sonar's weak spot, I feel like everybody's happy to have Sonar's weak spot. Mmm. Delicious extra critties. Mmm, big. Well, not critties, but big damage. Am I done here? Oh, I am. Whee! Whee! Romance. Which chromosome augment's the most useful? You have one empty slot on him. I got bad news. None of them are useful. I got really bad news. None of them are all that good. Out of all of them, it's probably... Oh, Guardian Armor. Guardian Armor is like the one useful augment that he has. Yeah, Guardian Armor. I always forget about that. Guardian Armor is just kind of nice because it refreshes the duration of Vex Armor, so you don't have to keep reactivating it or casting energy with it. And then it also gives your squad 75% damage reduction, which is never a bad thing. And then you also heal yourself too, which is pretty nice. So like out of until reload, magnetic effects also pull, shoot, sure, why not? Endo. Scalder troops with abilities. Main draw of sonar is the only weapon buff in the game that asks for you to aim a little bit different. Headshot builds felt samey after a while, and sonar stayed interesting for you. Oh, that's interesting. Why? I wonder why that was sort of a difference for you, because it's essentially the exact same thing, right? So I wonder what's that difference for you internally with that. Whee! What? What? Am I in the right place? Good. Poor Pablo. Pablo should not have said that to anybody. It's the name of my mom. Don't, Pablo, no! You know what the internet's gonna do! Come on, man. You know what the internet's gonna do. No! Sweet baby Pablo. Wait, what? Pablo's mother is apparently also named Letty. So he was joking about Letty being his mom. And then you can guess what the internet decided to do with that. Which was be inappropriate. When in doubt, it's gonna turn into something inappropriate. Itasaurus. I think that's probably how you say your name. How's it going? Welcome in. Soulframe stream sadly, but you're finally free again. How's the how to like P313? I love P13. Your account got a 10-year ban. I hate to break it to you, that's not a 10-year ban. Let me guess, it said January 1st, 2035. Right? That's when it said, January 1st, 2035. That means you've been lifetime banned. If you didn't actually do anything, you need to reach out to Warframe support. Sometimes there are false positives. So if there is a false positive, you need to reach out to Warframe support. They're the only ones who can help you. It does happen every once in a while. So just make sure that you keep an eye out for it. But yeah, 2035 is just the integer limit of what the game can, of what coding can show. It's like, remember Y2K? It's basically Y2K. But it'll happen in 2035 instead of 2000. Basically, not quite, but like, it's the easiest way to explain it. Some background programs can trigger bans. Yeah, I've heard the Overwolf can accidentally trigger bans. Someone mentioned it in, someone said something about it in the subreddit last week or yesterday or recently. So make sure that you're being careful. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me, and you want to support the community, Twitch up for Sherbo. Otherwise, to take. See you second, bye. Yeah, it's the coding integer cap, right? So like if you get banned in any Valve game and it says 2035, you're banned for life. You get banned in any Warframe game, you're banned. Like if you get banned in Warframe, it says 2035, it means that you're banned for life. People would think the same as people in 99 with 2K. I mean, probably not. It's probably not going to be a thing because, you know, maybe they'll figure that stuff out and future-proofed it and figured out, you know, at that point, maybe it's like, maybe there's this like quantum computing fixing that, you know what I mean? Running Excal, yep. Excal is, exalted weapons are some of the best frames to run for these because kill enemies with abilities, exalted weapon. Kill enemies with melee, exalted weapon. Kill enemies in general, exalted weapon. So if you're just hunting down for doing these, it's what was that one? 5 tech round. It's one of the best things to do it. Corvax, you want to run Breed Surge or Big Concrete Monster, you don't know what skills to assume off. Depends on what build for Corvax you're going for. If you're playing around his 4th ability, I would say put it over his Disometric Guard. If you're not playing around his 4th ability, then put it over probably his 4 if you're not going for his 4th ability. So it just kind of depends on what build you're going for. I would I don't play around his 4th ability at all, so I would put it over his 4. But if you're playing with his 4, which actually would probably be the best with Breed Surge, I would probably put it over his 3. What's the problem where some programs save dates as plus XX with X being the variable, where the year 2000 rolled out, it would have suddenly read as that instead of that? Yeah. Which is just like, again, very simply put, is kind of an integer limit. You know, it's just sort of an easy way to explain something that's much more complex, you know what I mean? The old phrase of keep it simple, stupid. Would be funny if it happened again. I think that they figured it out after Y2K, but I can't remember if they actually did. Or they made it so that it wouldn't be a problem for a very, very long time. I totally forget how they sorted it out. Can't remember if it's solved or just mostly solved for our lifetime type situation. You know what I mean? 160. Hiya. 2038 because how Unix time codes are handled. Wouldn't it then be 2035? Piece of that. Or is that just like a specific to gaming problem? I'm not a programmer in any way, shape, or form, so I have absolutely no idea. I am a complete moron, a person of the earth. You know, morons. These people are stupid, simple. People of the earth. Anyone know where that one's from? I always love coming up with it, like, with stupid references. Seeing who's old out there. You know, morons. Blazing Saddles, haven't got it. Funny thing about the Y2K, it was never going to be as bad as people thought it would be, but did require some patching. Reactors were not going to explode from Y2K, even though nuclear reactors can't explode, designed around cell faces. Yeah, but it was more of like a bunch of important stuff was going to get messed up if it didn't get fixed. From what I remember, it was like not as bad as everyone thought it was going to be, but it was bad enough for them to spend a couple $1 billion on getting it fixed, right? And as we all know, capitalism doesn't spend money unless it absolutely has to. Where are these stupid bad evil assholes? Hey, it's Torment! Hi, Torment! How you doing? Oh, wow, you actually cast an ability this time, Torment. Good for you. I don't think I've ever seen Torment actually cast an ability before. I usually just see them do the tidal pool and then run off. I've never actually seen them cast Tempest Barrage like that. Yeah, it's when people are doing ad-libs like that. Like the Monty Python Life of Brian. The guards, the extras who were the guards were told under no circumstances were they allowed to laugh, and if they did, they wouldn't get paid. So that whole entire thing was something that they had no idea what was about to happen to them, and then they got stuck with it. Spent a lot of time to fix all the actual problems in databanks and some devices to calculate averages over time. Ooh. We're good? A whole 11. There we go, we're good. Time to skedaddle. Hey, I wonder where all my life support was. It was apparently 3 inches to the left. Who'd have thunk? You also have a friend called Hawkus Tuas? Yes. I hit the blink button, thank you. Sinoid Sign Donna is energy glitches for you when you equip and is invisible. I haven't heard of anything like that. Personally. Maybe. Scene in The Princess Bride, one of the actors was so funny, another actor broke a rib trying to stay in character. That was, the old man, the magic man, bringing him back to life, and it was the main character, Wellesley, broke his rib. Miracle Max, yeah. Miracle Max was just like ad-libbing. I forget his name. Billy Crystal. Billy Crystal was his ad-libbing, and the main character actor broke his rib by trying to hold back the laugh, which is like hilarious. Because if I remember right, he went up to the director went up to him and was like, "Hey, just do your thing." Sure. Sure. How dare you write something like that in my YouTube comments? Reasoning a full build for Frost? It's there. You just have to watch the whole short. The whole build is there. You made a full video? I mean, probably not. I don't really do full videos very often. They take me a long amount of time, and I would have to do less streams if I were to do more full-length videos. So I just get them done when I get the time. The one that I'm working on right now, hopefully it'll get done by the weekend, is Bobbin after rework. Violet Shards, the offload equilibrium on deck scalp? I don't know. You tell me! Through that video. Oh yeah, they're doing Spaceballs too. Forgot about that. I forgot about that. We'll just use the shorts then? Yeah, it's just for me, with like the amount of time in a day, I just don't have time to dedicate a lot of time to full-length videos right now. I'm in the works to try to get that being a more regular thing though. Because the last full-length video I did was Uriel, and I've just been having health problems since the start of the year. So I've just been needing to focus on that. Yeah. How's my day been? Not too bad so far, Lonely. How you been? Alright. Let's take a look at what people got. Meme night! What you got? Okina pulled this. Should you reroll or keep going? Yeah, keep rolling. Slide attack on crit chance doesn't really matter, and the range is nice, but not necessary. It does have 80% follow through, so it's actually pretty solid to have extra range, but the crit chance on slide doesn't matter. Definitely want to keep rolling that. Attack speed, range, melee damage, status element of your choice. That's probably what you're looking for. You know what's really good with this is the Kareen. Melee Kareen goes crazy with this. Hey Jade, how you doing today? I think that I updated it. Yes. So Meme King, here's my stuff for the stuff for the Okina. There you go. You doing good? Good to hear. So like I wouldn't run pressure point, I wouldn't run sacrificial steel, galvanized steel instead of sacrificial steel, because blood rush plus that is going to get you into like orange and red crits, and then you also get some critical damage out of it, which is just, you know, really nice. You don't need prime pressure point because you already got condition overload here, so if you get range on your Riven, this would be a good spot to replace it with. Focus radon's really not all that important. I would probably replace this with maybe something to go in with the toxin for like corrosive or viral, or if you're going into a influence build, then do these for your elements and this for your electric for melee influence. But otherwise, you're kind of like going in the right direction. I just think that these two need to be swapped out, which is kind of unfortunate because you've already used a thing there. Swap the Riven, this one here. But you should also keep rolling that Riven. So busy whenever you stream? I know. I stream weird times, apparently. Wesker, what you got? Multi-shot damage toxin. Nice. Replaces a 60-60 toxin and then gives you multi-shot and damage. My kind of favorite stuff. Primary deadhead plus this is your base damage. Hammer shot for more crit damage. Shred for some fire rate and punch through. Yeah, nothing really to say here. Remember that each of the different firing modes on the Tiburon as well as with the Hind have different stats. So just make sure that you're building out your build for a specific version of the weapon that you are using. Question about the Frost build. Do you use energy shards? Yes, if you watch the whole short, shards and Helminth and what slot's going over with, Archon shards and Arcanes are after the mods. So you just gotta watch the whole short. Same with all of my content. It's all that way. all that. No worries about it, Derp. Don't worry. A lot of people don't, like, they just sort of see the build and they assume it's done because with the weapons, you're at the build and you're done. But with frames, it's mods and then extra stuff after that. And then if there is a exalted weapon after that. Like that video from yesterday. Segak Prime, conjunction voltage, accelerated isotope magnetic. You have no damage. I see a problem here. And it's that you have no damage. I would probably replace accelerated isotope with galvanized shot. Also, actually, I'd probably replace Jolt and just work off just prime convulsion, and then you can use the radiation here and then put replace Jolt with galvanized shot. That's what I would do. And then prime target cracker when you get it. Yeah, that's what I'd do. King Crumpling. Because remember, when you crit with the Sagak Prime, it will have the chance to apply a bunch of status effects, which will give you damage. Of course, you can also just go into Hammer, Hornet Strike if you're just looking for pure damage. Battery, Hot Shot. Oh, so this is the Firewalker build. Skittles that you commented on the video with. Arc of Vitality, Equilibrium, Biting Frost, Icy Avalanche, Streamline. Yeah, cool. I like it. It's kind of interesting. I would probably run more range if this was mine, just for the overguard stuff. But, like, that's sort of a 6 of one, half dozen another, right? Why do you have an Umbral Forma in your Exla slot? I learned today that you could put an Umbral Forma in your Exla slot, chat. Why? Skittles? Skittles, why do you have an Umbral Forma in your Exla slot? Did you just move it there because you had an Exilus, you had this down here before and you did the polarity swap just to get it out of the way so that you wouldn't have to Forma again? Used to be Umbral setup, then changed the polarity swap? There we go. That's exactly it. About the Frost build, you had Archimedes with Frost this week and decided to build them up. Did with my guide yesterday. I just put my guide out today. Oh, you used my old build. I see, I see. That's hilarious. Don't change it. Hey, listen, actually, it's not a bad idea. If you need to, like, if you want to keep your Umbral polarity for other builds and just, like, switch it away, just, like, push it over. Hey, here you go. You just sit over here for a second. For the Okina Riven meme, you're looking for, like, crit chance, crit damage, attack speed, status chance, element of your choice, range, somewhere in there. Yeah. Somewhere in that area. There should be a peculiar mod that has an Umbral polarity just for the kicks and giggles. Yo, you're right. I agree. Loneliest. Fire rate. You need fire rate on here. You have no fire rate. This weapon loves fire rate. Highly recommend some fire rate on here. Puncture, corrosive. Yeah, I mean, I would replace Bane of Oricum for fire rate. I would replace this with fire rate, either Prime Shred or the Truth mod. I understand why you're going for this, though, and if you want to keep this because faction mods are very, very powerful, I don't like them because I'm lazy. But Galvanized Scope would be where I would put it if you want to keep this. But I would definitely say get some fire rate on here. This weapon loves fire rate. Which one is better? You don't see a lot of difference in KPM in the Simulacrum. Theoretically, this one, in my opinion, should be better. But also, you gotta remember, Simulacrum is not always a great place to test stuff. Right? It's 20 enemies. This is like a staggered mission and so on and so forth. So just because of the reality of like games, like how missions play out, I would probably say it's not the best place to test. It's good for like testing theories of builds and then taking it into real world environments is the way I always look at it. I would replace Shred here because if you don't have a Prime Shred, I would definitely go with the Truth mod. Which is a mod that you can get from the Arbiter's Axis. It'll give you 80% fire rate, which is really good. I see Avalanche, Biting Frost, Double Umbral. Okay, so one thing I would say here is instead of Umbral Vitality, Umbral Fiber. Because you're going to be surviving through your Overguard generation, you don't really care about health, and armor does give you more Overguard with Icy Avalanche, so I would switch that out. Otherwise, the rest of the build looked great. That's literally the only thing. Switch this to Umbral Fiber. Nothing else to say there. KPM can fluctuate a lot too. Jumps if you turn damage off damage numbers because it improves frame rate for fast response. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Then you have a general build with fire rate. Yeah, I mean, I find that the Burst and Prime really likes fire rate. Really likes fire rate. So I always recommend putting some fire rate on there. Jade, what you got? Kuvakarak. Bulwark for the extra damage. Bunch of crit chance. But you got Riven. Crit chance, crit damage, status chance. I mean, hey, that's like as good as you can get without having a negative. So like, that's fantastic. Shred for the fire rate. Just doing viral heat classic. Yep. Looks all good to me. Nothing to say there. Riot, secondary fortifier. Mystic Froki. How you doing? Yep, nothing to say here either. Looks good to me. Elementalist to play off of the blast and the electricity, both very good. 60-60 is perfectly fine. You may want to switch out the jolt for the primed one, but if you like the 60-60 for the extra status chance, totally get what you're saying. It doesn't make sense to go into galvanized shot because you have such a large amount of your damages coming out of AoE, so it makes sense to go into hornet strike instead. So yeah, the only thing I would say is maybe switch out jolt for the prime. But like, also I understand why you're going with jolt. Recommend Vile Acceleration for fire rate. The Truth mod is where I would go for fire rate, if you have it. If not, then Vile Acceleration or Prime Shred if you have Prime Shred. Okay, y'all know the deal. We gotta run a quick ad break so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me, and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. Mods, keep an eye on things. I gotta feed the cat and take care of my health. Be back in a second. We're back. Okay, let us go see what ETA has us in store. Bop, bop. What you got? Comey with my Boltor, my Cycron, and that looks pretty easy. Boltor, Telos, Cycron, sure. My Oma. Do I do ETA solo? No, I do it with the community all the time. More fun to do it with peeps. Melee combo, don't care. Max ammo, that's fine. Max health reduce each time you take damage, that's fine. Using an ability opens a void rift. Okay, which of these do I not want then? Probably that one. And we'll do persistence Comey because it's funny. Yeah, that's all fine. What do you got here? Find the cache, enemies, hostile overgrowth will attack if players stop moving. Okay. You have Banshee right there? Yeah, but I like Comey more. Miasmites, vampire dudes, miasmic swarm. Yeah, nothing all that interesting there. Has a date been decided for DRG? Eventually. Don't know when though. We'll eventually do it. Oh. Okay, who wants to join me for ETA? Boingas. Icicle, Ursman, Icicle, and Lonely. Okay, let me know when you're in. Sure. Not that I need any more chips. But why not? We're full up at the moment here with Loneliest relogging. Oh, you're talking about Judali? Alright. Yeah, Hot Ice. Hot Ice, can you remind me what your in-game name is? Never mind. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Gundor, Hot Ice was above you there. It's a first come, first serve type situation. Rue your Hydroid? No! We're going to do this! Got it for ETA. I was hoping you could get a quick once over. No, sorry. Sorry, Icicle. We're going. Okay, this is the one where we gotta find the cache. So go find the cache, win day, get life.
As long as it can help us find out what happened in Macy.
I know I heard something up here, but it wasn't what I was looking for. Yeah, there you are. There you are. It's usually one over here. Or not. Where do they usually hide those? Some in here, usually. There you are. Oop, never mind, we don't need it. Word, easy. Hey, Inspector, how you doing?
Miss Velasco, we have already terminated half the designated targets. I do hope you'll note.
Ooh, where are we getting this overguard from? Oh, Dante. Time to go find some more fools. Hello, fools. Only build and level cap? Oh, I love Comey. Especially persistence Comey. It's so much fun. It is like, I tried it with Onamori only, and I did find that I had to go into, I had to go into persistence still for survivability, but Onamori really helps out with her survivability quite a lot. The 50% chance just to block all damage incoming is just really good. Rude. You only got 16 frames up to date? No worries. You'll get there. When you get triple sixes, yeah. Ooh, well, we got a red shard and a blue shard, so at least we got something. Onamori's nice that she'll assume for a lot of frames. Oh yeah, it's a fantastic survivability. It's really good for just general survivability.
Just a hunch, but Macy saw an instance of its concept before she disappeared. You keep the show going,
Oh.
and I'll watch the chronometer for any fluctuations that might be related to it.
Stupid little luminous bastards. Haha, I've got Remedium. Suck it, Trebek. Yeah, can't stand still with the luminous people. You gotta be moving around for the whole mission. Standing still will get you killed. I am not getting any energy here. Yeah, those little jerks end up just like killing people all the time randomly. They're just little bastards. Little evil bastards. What? Oh, there you are. Where you going? You doing the funny? Hey, Blazer, how you doing today? What kind of funny you doing today? You're gonna go kill Roth with Thermian RPGs? Heck yeah. Common Debts and ETA, Luminous Things will be at the top. Honestly, yeah. And it's just because a lot of people just sort of forget that they got to move around enough to be able to actually play. Yeah, I was wondering about that too, Evan, whether or not Foley's Thermian RPG will do that. Because, like, theoretically, I want to say yes. You know what? I should just use my Cycron here. My Boltor is fine. It's just not the greatest. Not for these level of enemies, at least. It's a little on the weaker side for these. Stupid little miasmite bastards. I think it just died for you, Lonely. No one else is saying anything about Twitch having problems, so I'm going to assume not, as well as I'm not seeing anything on my side for it. So assumably, it's a you thing. Yeah, Twitch has been having some problems over the last little while, so it might also just be Twitch being Twitch. Small indie company, right, guys? Small indie company. We gotta give them the benefit of the doubt. What is with my Cyclone build? Barely have any revenue? Yeah, it's impossible. Okay, what's over here? Twin Croaker, dreadfully slow, middling crit chance, but 33% status looks interesting. I have messed with the Twin Croaker years ago, but I haven't re-looked at it in a long time. Why aren't you dying? Oh, are you a friend? You're a friend. Is friend shaped? Hi, May. How you doing today? Seems like my weapons are not the best for what we're doing today, but whatevs. Okay, we gotta run some quick ads. Y'all know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. You know, sit tight. See you in a second. You have a new room to show off. Uh-oh. A ruh-roh. Is this your dojo adventures, I assume, May? Okay. I cannot wait for the mantling changes. Why can't it be 2 weeks from now? Give me those mantling changes. The time when we see the return of big booms like Zara and the Brahma. Actually, I think a lot of people are sleeping on those right now because ammo efficiency problems have largely been solved in the game these days. Through... Oh, they're underneath us. Through like just ammo mutation mods and all that jazz. So like, it's not that bad anymore to deal with it. Ammo efficiency is significantly less a problem these days than it was previously. Like just with the Brahma, for instance, I did a Brahma video just a while back, and just with primed ammo mutation, sniper ammo mutation, there was 0 problems with ammo economy. Carrier, even without carrier. So like, I think those things are still very good. It's just you have to build around it and like have the ammo mutation stuff to really properly utilize those types of frames. Using arrow ram mutation, you have 0 struggles, yeah.
Look, we know the helmet is
Like the Brahma I use all the time, and then I use just an ammo mutation mod and I'm perfectly fine.
or whatever. So if we eliminate the hive mind's legacytes, we starve it of energy.
With Crux, I still don't even use Crux, no. I have ammo mutation, that's it.
Theory? Oh, I've risked more on worse intel. Let's go.
Where you going, kitty? Ooh, a piece of candy. Hey, yeah. Get your Scooby snacks. Would Crux even be good on it? It can actually land headshots, so I mean, like, it's not terrible. It's like you can take advantage of it to a certain degree, absolutely. I think the explosions and like the AoE of it can land headshots. Oh yeah, ETA this week is a breeze. We have to just go for 3 Legacytes? Oh, interesting. This is very easy this week. Whoops, can't slide through there. Too tangled up. We go this way. Longbow sharp shot, yeah. The explosions can land the headshots, so like it's actually pretty easy to go for like longbow sharp shot or something like that. I usually just go like I went overcharge on my build, but like you'll be fine going any direction, realistically speaking. Continuous fire AoE can deal damage to sonar sparks. Benichi can't scale the heat procs, but she can make the napalm hit for millions a tick. Ooh, neat. That's cool. You check that again. You have some pretty good ribbons for them. Zara with multi-shot damage. Ooh, that's tasty sounding, yeah. Okay, Kitty, where are we going? Most of the frames can't be modded to have 1,000 energy. Yeah, and that's just kind of the thing, right? It's not for every frame, not for every build. I find with the Brahma, especially because of the increasing sort of the AoE stuff, my belt was digging into my stomach. And by belt, I mean the string on this shorts. But yeah, like it's really, really good, especially like the super high multi-shot. It's explosives after the multi-shot. No, the reason why is because heavy caliber with AoE weapons will make the AoE be more spread out, so you hit a larger effective area of enemies. And that's kind of the tech behind it. So you end up having a wider overall AoE because of the minus accuracy to the shots on your bow. And the more multi-shot you have, then obviously the more things that are going to be being spread out all over the place. And that's kind of the idea behind it. Come back! Corvax, Val, Garuda, and Oberon are some of the easiest to get 1,000 energy. Yep. I run it on Garuda, actually. Garuda, my persistence Garuda build is also built out for either Bulwark or,
If all you do is keep it from getting just a little bit worse, well,
Bulwark or Overcharge. You waiting on your Umbral to run it on Mirage? Ooh, yeah, Mirage. Sweet Umbrals. Oh, this is where you're hanging out, Cat? All right. There's nothing here for me to use my ability on. Ooh, candy. Kitty! No, she's a good kitty. That's a reference I don't think anyone will get. That's like very random and obscure. No, she's a good kitty. You made a ball wizard Protea with Tesla Nervos? Honestly, Tesla Nervos is fantastic on Protea. Where's that? A whip? What? No, it was a Fantasy High Dimension 20 reference. No, she's a good kitty. I'm gonna kill that cat. You're not the real one. You're not the real one either. You're the real one. Easy.
Coming home.
Easy day.
All this timeline nonsense. Making me thirsty.
All right, 2x rec nerds.
I know just
Put it over a 4. That was kind of the one that I always put it over. I'm just not a big fan of the 4 just because it previously gave me motion sickness, and I haven't really investigated if it gives me motion sickness anymore. So usually whenever I'm putting a helmet on Protea, it's over her 4th ability. You get so lost in this map? Yeah, the map sometimes is a little bit confusing. Also, hey TK, how you doing? What'd you miss? Why am I 99? This is the weekly Elite Temporal Archimedia that we were doing there. The crux would be good on a blast miter. Probably. Just remember, ammo efficiency doesn't work on the Incarnate side, right?
The sticky never seems to work.
You don't like her 4, and it's not because of Elite Deep Archimedia? Or Elite Temporal Archimedia in this case?
Thank you. Say hi to Liz.
Can you join? Well, we just finished off, so no, you can't join for that because we were done. But when we go do the next thing, you are welcome to join if we got room for it. Riaz, what you got? Corinth. 98% POC chance? Yeah, it's, I mean, the Miter is one of those incarnates that everyone says is really, really good. I just haven't spent a lot of time with it. Shotgun Vendetta, this is on the Corinth, so just keep in mind that Shotgun Vendetta requires you to be within 5 meters of the target in order for it to activate. So just keep that in mind, that you gotta get close up with people, but as long as you're okay doing that, then you're fine. Multi-shot crit chance, reload speed. I mean, the minus reload speed is a little bit annoying, but you can work around it. Semi-cannonade makes a ton of sense here. Galvanized Savvy. I can't remember if the alt fire gets multiplicative gun co, but remember that the alt fire is an AoE, and this is a direct damage mod, so this won't be playing into that for the AoE side. Otherwise, the rest of it looks fine. Yeah. It does get multi-gun co? Okay. Then very good choice. Yeah, I'll check. We'll talk later. Hot ice. Ooh, that's a pretty little worm. He's a little dragon boy. Dragging these nuts. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist. Ooh, and a date. Ooh, have fun. I like that mustard. That looks good. I'm not sorry. No, I'm not. I'm not sorry at all. Have a great day, you too. Gyre, Reeve. Ooh, Reeve is always a fun one that not a lot of people will utilize. Correct me if I'm wrong. Does Reeve give you overshields? I just can't remember off the top of my head immediately this second. I think it gives you overshield, so then adaptation makes sense here. High strength, decent, good range, mold efficiency. So I would maybe switch out mold efficiency for if you're looking for more duration, I would go into concentration. Because what you do is you push this to you push one of these two to get the concentration active, and then this, and then this. Yo, J-Chan, look at that fun little thing beside your name. Congratulations. Look at that fun little thing. Hell yeah. Restores your shields and health because the auger reach, it gives you overshields. Okay, cool. Yeah, I just couldn't remember if Reeve actually give you overshields or not. Hey, Manuel, how you doing? Can you join for EDA? Yeah, of course, Wedge. Yeah. That looks good, yeah. Nothing to say there. Was fully expected to get rejected. I got rejected on my first application, and I know some people who got rejected like 4 or 5 times. I think the most that I've heard someone getting rejected was like 15 times. Mirror Lab, okay. Furious Incarnate build? Yeah, I do. Hey. Furious. LF Furious. 15, their resilience? Yeah, I know a lot of people who have been denied a number of times. There you go, movie. Blue, what's your Gauss look like? What did I think about the Riven? How long ago was that? Was it longer than 3 seconds ago? I don't remember. Reeve cleanses status, makes you invisible, vulnerable, intangible. It's super good subsume choice. Yeah, but I'm wondering if it gives overshields. That's the question. Reeve is a great subsume. It's one of the most underrated subsumes in the game. And it's actually what I'm using for my persistence Vauban build that's going to be in the video. Hey, Simon, how you doing? That looks really good, Blue. I actually really love that fashion. Loneliest. Did we see your frost? We didn't see your frost. That looks cool. I like that. Yeah. I think I would tone this white down to match the white on the armor. That's the only thing I would really say. But that Syndana always does weird for coloring. Deadhead on a Strun. Status crit chance, multi-shot damage, minus fire rate. You don't care about fire rate because you got this, and you have minus fire rate here, but you don't care about fire rate because you have it there. Point blank, galvanized savvy. I would probably drop point blank here. Right? You got neutral damage, neutral damage, neutral damage. You don't really need this on top of it. You're kind of wasting a slot here. And in fact, I would probably even say drop both of these. Because between these two, you should have more than enough. And I would really recommend getting another element on here of some variety. You're only using the heat here for the moment, but I would maybe look at the magnetic might or the magnetic strafe on here. Yeah, you aren't going to get any fire rate, but the magnetic damage is always nice to have, and it's another element for savvy. Because at that point, then you'd be getting 80% of your 165 from here, and then you'd also be getting more damage against shields and overshields, and the possibility of an electric status proc as well on top of that because of the magnetic stuff. Yeah, I would probably not run that one. You like Well of Life more? Oh, Well of Life is a great choice too. Yeah, Well of Life is fantastic. The ribbons are different. Damage cold toxin, minus damage Grenier. Okay, the minus damage Grenier is really unfortunate. The rest of that's good though. But the minus damage Grenier is really, really unfortunate. Kind of new to Warframe, but is the heat sword good for Volt? I assume you mean just like the base heat sword? If you're new to the game, the heat sword's actually a really, really good early game weapon. Yeah. Finally finished the instant. Oh yeah, I need to do that still. Zio sitting on a chair. Yeah, we're just, you know, I stand, I sit, I stand, I sit. I mean, the rest of this looks fine. Dreadful kill shot is really, really good. Multiplicative there, which is super good. Yeah, looks good. Nothing to say there. You said 2 different? Yeah, I'm just getting the other one. Fire rate, reload, multi-shot minus zoom. I like this one better, personally. I'm not a big fan of Warp Magazine, personally. Or Vigilante Armament, so I would get rid of both of those. More statuses, because this is multiplicative on here, is what I would look at. Like, you only got 2 statuses here. I would look at getting some more statuses for the multiplicative stuff. And I would replace both of these with statuses, personally. Especially because this gives you extra status chance and damage, which plays really, really well into this. So that would be what I would do. Manual. Do you have a crit build for sight for the Sobek, unlike Sarah and Araxia? Yes. Got a crit sass hybrid in there. Shock absorbers. What the hell is this? What the? This is not really all that useful of a mod. I would not be running this personally. Sure-footed can be moved up here once you get this unlocked. No helmet, bellicose. You don't really have enough health to make bellicose super worthwhile. If you don't have any other arcane to give you extra strength, then bellicose is fine. I would recommend multi augments instead. Velocity for increasing your pistol's damage is perfectly fine. I would also not run duration on Zaku. Zaku's 4th ability, the Vast Untime, will pause the duration of all of their base abilities. So while this is active, this won't go down in duration, this won't go down in duration, and neither will these go down in duration. So I actually don't run any duration on mine. So I wouldn't run Prime Continuity personally. And I probably wouldn't run both of these. So usually people for Zaku, they're playing high range for their Grasp of Loke. The amount of weapons that Grasp of Loke grabs is based off your range values, so you'd be looking at getting some range in here instead of these two. Most people play around that aspect of Zaku. Hey, Groupie, I'm doing well. How are you today? Skipped your fashion? Oh, well, you're gonna have to send it back. Multiplicative, 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 multiplicative. Protea Styanax. Ooh, my Sicarus. Ooh. Ooh, we got some good options here. Gear embargo, that's fine. Maximum energy reduced, that's not great. Quack for me, thank you so much for the 3 months Prime. Going to TunnelCon? Yeah, my hotel and train's already booked. Yep. Yep. Mara, Voyage, and Movie. Did you want to join us? Because you did say that you wanted to join, Movie. Are you around and want to join? Styanax. Do we have any overguard shenanigans? No, just the max energy reduced. That's fine. Yeah, okay, so we'll go that. This one is Sicarus. And oh, it's the Vesper, not the Thalos. Boo. Venka it is. Boo. Mirror Defense has Overguard 5 times for enemies, but not a problem. Yeah, we'll be fine. That's not that big of a deal. Movie, you said you wanted to join us for the next thing. If not, we're having redacted, so please speak up. We gotta run a quick ad break here. Y'all know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get brutal ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me, and you want to support the community, to sub to a turbo. Otherwise, it takes. Is Archimedia better for shards or natural cells? Yeah, Archimedia has a higher likelihood of giving you shards. Yeah, and you can also get Tau Forge shards out of it too. You haven't tried it with Banshee and Sonar. Insta-kill enemies with Reeve. Yeah, so I did that with my Rhino build. Not with Banshee. Here you go. With Rhino, with Reeve, you can end up one-shotting enemies. Hey, you got a question. What's up? Hit me. Okay, movie's not saying anything, so Redacted will grab you. Final stand on my Cynex? Yeah, I'll play the helicopter build. Take a look at your Sobek. Fine. Get your loadouts ready. By the time I hit that button saying we're going, y'all better have your loadouts all figured out. Otherwise, I'm gonna start fighting people. That's a joke. That looks really cool, Manuel. I like that. I don't like that, though, but I don't like the skeleton. It weirds me out. The jiggling of the parts just weirds me out. Crumpy, Exergius. No, I'll take a look at it, Voyage. Just give me a second here. Status heat, multi-shot. Status heat, multi-shot? Yeah, it's just a better 60-60 with multi-shot. That's delicious. Primary crux so that you get the ammo efficiency tech with it. Cannonade because it, yeah, you don't care about your fire rate. Galvanized Savvy, tactical pump for the reload speed. Yeah, for the reload speed should be good, yeah. Oh, you mean squad chat's still bugged? Yeah, no worries. Overextended is the mod you're looking for. Simon, what you got? Atlas. I probably wouldn't learn combat discipline. You don't really want to be losing your own health, but it also doesn't really matter because you're going to be spawning so many health orbs with that. Gladiator Aegis. Probably wouldn't run Gladiator Aegis. The combo counter from this is not super that great, and you'd be better off with more range. Landslide really scales incredibly high with range. So I would definitely say getting some range on here instead of this. And I would also say the Landslide Augment is also another one I would look at getting on here. Like I would replace both of these with more range and the Landslide Augment. Battery for your energy, Blessing for more health. You are invincible while you're casting Fist, so you don't necessarily need more health. You should be fine without it. But especially to get started, it can be kind of nice. Combat Discipline actively harms, yeah, but the they're running Lighthouse Hunt here, so you'll be getting, you know, a bunch of health there. Melee exposure, reach, prime pressure point, modus. Why modus? Increases the range of aerial melee attacks by 2%. Do these count as aerial melee attacks? The fists? Otherwise, I don't know why you'd be running that. Again, I probably wouldn't run Gladiator Might, but I understand why you're doing it. For the extra crit damage and crit chance. Probably look at getting some more damage on here just in general, because you're right now running very low damage, even with just prime pressure point. So I'd probably replace both of these with elemental mods of some variety. Your Simon, ooh, the Grax skin. But the lore on Protoframes is less intriguing than the lore on Warframes. I mean, it's totally, you know, when it comes to like lore and stuff, it's always personal preference, right? Okay. Rubble cannot give you armor if you're missing health or prioritizes health over giving armor. Oh, then that's really bad, yeah. That's really, really bad. Then you definitely don't want to be running combat discipline. Elemental mods on there, Simon. Corrosive. What do we got here? Enemies will only take damage of players within 15 meters of them. Guardian Xmas units may be encounter. Phosphor system, rogue cover, enemy health regenerates slowly. Fragment tide never stops attacking. Shuffling fragments, all enemies have max overguard. Yeah, that should be fine. What do I think about your Fashion for Frost? I don't think I've taken a look at it just yet. Send over the Soulmate build? Okay, I'll take a look after we're done here, Voyage. Rhino Prime, she focus more on health and shields or more armor? You have arcane battery equipped. So Rhinos, oh right, we can't put down energy pads here. So I'll activate this. For Rhino, you're typically going for strength and armor. But it also depends on how you're going about getting your armor. So for instance, a lot of people like to use a lot of people like to use parasitic shields, so you boost up your shield values and then you eat your shields for armor, because Overguard, Iron Skin's Overguard generation is based off of your armor values and your strength values. So if you're looking to get like 1 billion Overguard, which yeah, you can actually hit 1 billion Overguard, I've had it happen. You want to be boosting up your health and stuff. Overextended is a D polarity. Remember, you can always, if you ever have any questions like that, you can always go to the wiki. I'm just kind of playing a squad support this run. Giving people roar, giving people overguard. Let's try to hang out in this area. I'm just an overguard bot helping out the squad today. At least for this section. What's the build type? Exclamation point Synax. Oh wait, I don't actually think I have my helicopter build for Synax out. I'll show you when I'm done, because I don't think I've got that as a short or a video. Strength duration for roar, subsumed enhanced velocity, base helmets, assumed ability, is that okay? I mean, you're probably fine with all of that. I would recommend, if you want to see my builds for Rhino, you can type exclamation point Rhino, so you can see sort of some options there for you. But what you're saying sounds like it's fine. I would be focusing more on strength than duration or anything else. Thank you, Mira, for the Banshee. Love to see damage cap. Gotta love the damage cap shenanigans. Theros Strike? No, Theros Strike is the Theros Lethality is for his second ability. This is the Overguard Generator helicopter build. I just don't think I've got a video out for it yet. So when I'm done here, just remind me and I'll pull it up on screen for you. Whee! Once you get Umble Forma, you can Umble Forma one of the Umber mods and make them all max to get more strength. Yeah, so typically speaking, like, Rhino is just a high strength frame. Like, you just want to shove as much strength as you possibly can on that guy and you're good to go. Because of Roar and his Overguard generation. Roar is, statistically speaking, the best weapon increasing ability in the game. Because it's not actually normal damage, it's considered factional damage. Meaning it's multiplicative. It's really, really good. Really, really, really good. His 2 and 4 are the only useful abilities on Rhino. His 1 is also really good for armor generation with its augment. Because it gives you multiplicative armor increasing. So it actually plays very, very, very well into his augment. Into his Overguard gen stuff. But that's, again, requires an augment for that. Isn't his 4 Stomp? Yeah, the Stomp isn't bad, but it's not, like, great. You're talking about Synax? Well, his 3 is actually really, really good. Shield regeneration for you and your squad, and more importantly, energy regeneration. And his 1 is actually a really potent enemy grouping function. But most people, you're right, are playing around his 2 and 4. But his 1 and 3 are actually a lot better than people think they are. And remember, Knight, the other thing that's important to remember is Warframe is very much a personal preference game. Play the game you want to play. You don't need to, like, listen to how creators make their builds. I have a certain way of thinking about how I play things. Other creators have different ways of thinking about how they play. So, like, ultimately, at the end of the day, the important thing is to play the build that you have fun playing. Right? My builds aren't always the best answer. They're just my answer, if that makes sense. Is the way that I always explain it. Get off that point. No calling your older brother. He's busy. Yeah. You just like tanky characters? Oh, I totally hear you. I love big old tanky characters. But I like my tanky characters in a bit of a weird way because unlike a lot of people who are just like, I'm just going to play this character who's completely invincible. I like always playing that I have to work for my survivability because I find that more fun and enjoyable for me. So like I don't play Revenant with his invincibility. I don't play other frames with their invincibility. I find that very boring to me. It's not that they're bad, they're just not for me. Like Dante, you have to work for his survivability because you have to be constantly casting and doing stuff. Already your favorite YouTuber? Oh no, I'm so sorry. There's so many better people out there, Skylar. So many people. I'm kidding, I'm the best, clearly. And so humble. But welcome on in, Skylar. Hope you're enjoying stuff. Yeah, Dante's like really, really good, but Dante's like not necessarily like for me, Dante, you have to work for your survivability because like I'm actively casting and doing stuff. That's what I always like. Lucian, how you doing, dude? Can we get a shout out for Lucian? I disagree with a ton of the build advice on the channel, but that's because you have different priorities and what you're targeting. Yeah, exactly. The thing is like ultimately at the end of the day, play the game you want to play. Just because I have one way of how I look at things and how I do things doesn't mean it's the right or only way. Warframe is a game all about variety. Warframe is a game all about personal preference and personal choice. So like this is just the way I think of it and the way I do things. That doesn't mean it's the only or best way. And it would be insane for anyone to claim that unless they're named the Kengineer. That's the only time. If Ken says that this is the only and the best way to do something, I'm like, listen, Ken knows. Ken knows. Unless it's Saren 100 sub bomb. Okay, that's fair too. Personally, you find Dante very boring? Oh, I don't play Dante a whole lot either. I find Dante a little bit boring too. Is there a Discord? Yeah, give me a few seconds here to get out of this mission, and then I'll get you a Discord link tonight. If you don't mind being patient, my apologies for the wait. We don't have a Discord link from the bot because we get a lot of spammers pop in with their first time message saying Discord, exclamation point Discord, and then it turns into me yelling at them say the word potato, and then my mods start getting knives. Mods, get the knives. I don't think there's any mods here right now. I think they're all busy doing something, living their lives. Yeah, it's two-factor authenticator. If someone doesn't say the word potato, oh, they're there. They're a little bit sleepy today. It's okay. It's a Monday for us. Potato. There you go. You say them to tell them to say tomato? No, potato. Boil it, mash it, stick it in a stew. You don't mash tomatoes. Is that a reference to the video Say Potato If You're Real? There's a video that has that? I just learned that there's a video that says say the word potato to know that you're real. Today I learned. Playing Cynax, you just started trying about it after you got him for free a long time ago. How's he late game and what is his role? So there's like two main ways to play Cynax. This is the helicopter build, which is the more popular build. And he's actually quite good in like very late game because you push your 4, you fly around and you generate overguard for yourself and your squad. I actually prefer playing him more as the weapon platform Cynax, playing into his passive to give your primary and secondary a bunch of crit chance. based off your shield values, and I play him as a shield tank instead. And if some nice chatter could type !Styanax, that will be great, and I can at least get you those builds. And then once I'm done here, thanks very much, Iron. Excuse you. Oh, Voyage, the energy color, my God. The pink. I actually don't know if that's Voyage with the Icarius. But my God. It is? Okay. It's all good. It's all good. Don't worry. I'll just know to, now that I've seen the energy color, I will know to look away. So those are my two builds for Styanax as it stands, but I also have this build here, the helicopter build. I haven't made a video, but I will get you the build up on screen once I'm done doing ETA here. Does this passive work off of Overguard or only shields? Only shields and overshields. But because you have Overguard and because his third ability regenerates his shields, your Overguard protects your shields from taking damage, meaning that you're maintaining your crit chance. Right? So it's not like directly benefiting the passive, but it kind of also assists the passive by having Overguard, because then your shields don't take damage and then you have a constant crit chance from his third ability, increasing your shields based off of kills. So like indirectly, yes, but not straight up directly. Back we go. Styanax smells like body spray? Probably. What kind of body spray do you think Styanax smells like? Arctic breeze. Yeah, but like flavor of Axe. What flavor of Axe? I think Arctic something, like a nice fresh smell. Yeah, flavor. You heard me. What, you don't drink your Axe? No, I mean flavor. What, you all don't drink your Axe? Is that not how you're supposed to use it? For legal and actual reasons, don't drink anything that comes out of a spray can. Fresh inside, fresh outside. Yeah, see, Lonely gets it. Not even cheese? I do like cheese. I don't think cheese flavored Axe would be good. That sounds pretty disgusting, honestly. If you just smelled like cheese the whole entire day, I think you would probably cause violence to happen to you. Like, realistically speaking. Yeah. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, to sub Twitch Turbo, YouTube membership, YouTube Premium. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. Probably get eaten because you smell like a cheeseburger. Boygos. I do like boygos. Not hitting the weak point on the Necromex does mean that you don't do a lot of damage. At least with this weapon, you don't do a lot of damage, I should say. Great, now you want to eat? Well, you should probably eat then. If your body's telling you you're hungry, you should maybe listen to your body. Not that I'm someone who listens to my own body. Hence why I'm a broken old man now. Eh. There we go. Did you know that in order for your abilities to do stuff, you need to have them on? Did you know that roar will give you bonus damage if it's on? Callback. During Plague Star, I kept forgetting to turn roar on, and every time that I forgot to turn roar on, I would say, hey, did you know that roar is really good if you turn it on? That roar gives you a lot of damage if it's on. So anyway, that's kind of turned into a meme around here. Oh, and stay in the squad here. Once we're done this mission, we'll do the natural cells together too. Ads are finally over. Welcome back. Yeah, actually, Judali, if you turn on regulators, you do actually get 2 really cool pistols. That is true. Do you know you have to press abilities to activate them? Whoa, seriously? What the hell? For real? Sounds like some bullshit right there. That's not the one I meant to press. Thank you.
Initiating final phase. Kill the envoy responsible for this fiasco.
Whee!
Everyone is getting serum.
Whee! Ah! Ah! Oh, I don't have enough energy. No, no! No, no! Rape on it. Woo! You know that things make you smarter? Whoa! What? What kind of BS is that? Para, where have you been? Huh? Oh. Alright, I'll go down this way. Oh. What? Oh. Hey, what the hell is happening here? Just generate some Mova God for the peeps. No! Super spreader! No! Shouldn't spread information. I thought better of you. I thought so much higher of you. Listen, I'm not mad. I'm just really disappointed. Do you ever get hit with that by your parents and you're like, wow, I actually feel terrible? I got hit with that by like 3 times when I was a kid, and I was just like, wow, I feel like trash. You're right, I'm a failure of a human. Vesper any good? The Vesper 77? Yeah, it's pretty good actually. Did you know that sub to Zenos you can get better loot in Warframe? That is allegedly the truth. And we have seen at least anecdotal evidence of that being accurate. I might be dead. I need to throw spears at people. There we go. Whee! Whoops. Alright. Alright. Stop that. Stop that. How dare you? Uh-oh, Mira. Quick, get the Mira. Hello. Okay, that sound effect of just like the random whispering in the walls. Yeah, I know, that's the name. Is actually really pissing me off though. You know, fucking punch Wally right in the throat. I think that's the point. Yeah, I know, that was the joke. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. What's a joke? I don't know, man. My life is a joke. Hey. You don't pick up on social cues? Oh no, don't worry. Icicle, I'm just making I'm poking fun. You're all doing great. Don't worry. This is just me poking fun. You're doing fine. The fragmented tide! Ah! Ah! Look at them on the walls! They're whispering from the walls! I know, it was so funny the first time I saw it. I had to say it again. Okay, well, the fragmented tide is just gonna keep coming, so I'm just gonna make sure none of y'all run out of overguard. How about that? I'm just gonna make sure none of everybody runs out of overguard, and that's my job here today. So you guys deal with the baddies. I'm just doing support things over here. Don't mind me. I know you're there somewhere. I just got 3 damage caps. Don't you love it when a Banshee's in your squad to make you feel better about your day? All right, let's get out of here. Acolyte just for MR. It's not the greatest weapon. Yeah, it's mainly MR stuff these days. But like all things in Warframe, you can make it work. But like, it's not the greatest out there. Ooh. Cynex enjoyer? Ooh, yeah, I love Cynex. I just don't play a lot of Cynex, but like, I had it for ETA or EDA, so I was like, Cynex. Okay, let me pull up my Cynex build. So this is the helicopter build. If you want to see the other builds, you can check the videos. I'm just gonna run to the washroom, truculence and molt augmented are the arcanes, and I'll be right back. Just run to the washroom. I'm not gonna throw up here. Don't have the Archon mods yet? Yeah, the Archon stretch is just there because a companion activates it for the free energy. It's not in any way, shape, or form necessary. Because 3 generates so much energy that you don't need it, but it's also, you want range, so you're perfectly happy for it. And if you got the mod capacity, then it's useful. If you got the spare capacity, is good use, good time. Da, 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 da.
We're all restored to keep us. All wrong answers, they all suck. But you're not cracking the nest.
Oh, my energy, no! Just get some overguard up for the travel. Whee. Okay, I'll head this way. It's not this way. It lied to me. It's this way. The next prime. I think I just had a hallucination of the lizard. There was a noise there that sounded like the lizard. I think I might have just had a hallucination. No, it was just like it was a random sound effect inside of the game. That just so happened to sound mildly to me. The lizard, lizard, lizard. Lizard Warframe when? We've got a Lizard Warframe. It's Chroma. Who are all missing primes? Anything that's older than Gyre. Well, yeah, newer than Gyre. Yeah, yeah. Tis what I meant. Give us a gravity theme frame. That's kind of what Nova's about. Kinda, sort of. Oh, don't. No. How about no? Oh, I need to roll my back after this run. Nova's more stars? Do you let stars have gravity? No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I mean, like, Nova is supposed to be like the gravity themed frames, so, you know, wormholes and things like that. But yeah, I mean, we don't really like not super gravity themed, needless to say. You know, we all have gravity. Me more than most. A murmur themed frame? I mean, that's kind of Corvex, sort of, not really, but sort of. Lots of hands. You want a biblically accurate you want a biblically accurate hand monster? All right, I respect it. Is it just so that you can, when someone says give me a hand with something, you just show up and be like, I brought you 17 hands? Why do I sound like a Minecraft villager? Because that's what I was mimicking. Big on. Knight, I have not forgotten about getting you Discord. Things are a little bit chill here in this mission, so I can grab you the Discord link. That's not the button I meant to press. This is the button I meant to press. Hey, everybody. Is there a water theme frame? Ureli? Hydroid? Redacted. What are you doing over there? Why are you outside of the circle? What's going on? I look away for 3 seconds to get someone to Discord link and you're dead. Do we have God? No, Wally's not a Warframe. Wonder if Jade Prime will be another lava since the Prime booth than normal means. I don't know, man. It's Warframe's lore.
But
Like, don't get me wrong, I love Warframe's lore, but they really do just can, you know, do whatever the hell they feel like with their story because the power of an unreliable narrator. It's really good. Both the curse and the blessing of an unreliable narrator.
I have here a toothsome conundrum, which
All right.
I believe you
GG, get on my squad.
might engage in.
Okay, I am gonna take a quick little break to grab a snack and get some water and stretch my back. Check out the frost faster. Well, I will when I get back here, Wreck Shadow. Sorry, I need to take care of my health for a few minutes here. Go look at something that's not a computer screen. So we'll run an ad break here at the moment, and we'll be right back. In Gen Chat? No. That was in order to get access to the link. You need to say the word potato if it's your first message saying !Discord. You're fine, Knight. You just have to click the button and join the Discord. Which if anybody needs the Discord link, here you go. Read the rules, all that jazz. Okay, we're just gonna run a quick ad break here, just because ad break's coming up, and also I need to like just take care of my body and rest and not be staring at a computer screen and walk around my apartment. So I'll be right back. Sit tight, you all know the deal. We gotta run ads so that new people don't get pro ads. If you don't like ads, you kinda like me and you want to support the community, switch up to a Sherbo, otherwise sit tight, see you second, bye! I'm back. All right, let's take a look at what people have sent over. Jade, what you got? Rad. Yeah, I mean, I probably wouldn't go into Rad because it has electric base, so I would probably do something other than Rad here. So I'd probably run something other than that because Rad's not all that great, and then you could get 3 elements here for the multiplicative damage. So that'd be my recommendation. Icicle, Hydroid, let's take a week. Can you get an opinion on something? Yeah, what's up? Pilfering Swarm, yeah, Perfectly Swarm's fine. I probably wouldn't run both Adaptation and Rolling Guard. I would go one or the other, and considering you don't have anything to really work in with your Adaptation, I would get rid of that. Right? You don't have very much health or shields to play into Adaptation. So I'd maybe look at maybe switching that out for something. Probably more strength. If you want to see my Hydroid builds, you can also type !Hydroid to see those. How likely is it to get 4 Vices from ETA rewards? Incredibly unlikely. Frostbite. So what? You're running Viral. How you getting the cold on here for Frostbite? From what's his face? Typically with the Sobek acid shells with Sight, people go electric with Sight. Because the electric will get transferred through acid shells. So typically people go electric. And then it's also an AoE damage source. So I would probably look at doing electric status here of some variety. Probably what... I mean, Viral's really good, don't get me wrong, but I would probably look at something like that. Also, I find fire rate's really nice on here. Yeah, a lot of people, for Sight, people go electric usually. For the AoE stuff. Usually speaking. And of course, you can go see my Sobek builds if you need some reference for what I'm talking about build-wise. Your Frost fashion? Ooh, well, see, here's the problem here, Wreck Shadow. You have the heirloom skin, which means I hate this fashion. Because I can't get it. So, sadly, 0 out of 10 fashion. I'm joking, that looks really, really nice. Simon! So more like this? Yeah, more like this. I would run both of the augments. Passive statues and Rumble, or not Rumble, the other augment for his passive. Because the other augment for his passive makes Landslide incredibly strong. And then passive statues keeps your passive rolling. So I would recommend both of them. Like I would drop this for the passive. For the passive's augment. Otherwise, my set looks good. Remember, your survivability is your casting Landslide because it gives you invincibility. Yeah, this looks a lot better. This is more the direction I would go into. I personally wouldn't run Condition Overload. I would run Prime Pressure Point because I find that I just end up killing everything before it has statuses for Condition Overload to actually do its thing. So that's the only thing I would say, is switch that out. But you're pretty fine either direction. 60-60 electricity is better than... oh, Energy Channel. Converts 200... I don't think Energy Channel works on here. Use... Converts 200% of energy used up to bonus... Yeah, I don't think this functions here. I don't think so. Best Steel Essence farm? Probably Purita Rebellion? I think Purita Rebellion has like the highest spawn rate of stuff. Am I free? Let me take a look at some builds here first, and then I'll come over with you. Got a bit of a specialized build you want your opinion on. You call it Baby Tendo Babysitter or Overprotective OP Trinity. Revolves around using Trinity's Link and Ack and Brunt to keep Baby Tendo immortal. Yeah, I mean, Link doesn't really do anything for keeping the Baby Tenno alive, right? This gives you damage redirection and status immunity. However, Well of Life and Blessing and Energy Vampire will all help out your Baby Tenno. I would probably say get some more power strength on here because it'll increase Link's stuff and then also increase the amount of energy and health that you get out of those two. So I'd look at getting some more strength on here personally. I'll take a look at it. I'll look at the Ack and Brunt. Don't you worry. Per channeled ability active. I don't think any of these are channeled abilities. For Arcane Intention, just as a heads up. I don't think any of these count as channeled. Channeled ability, what channeled means is you are losing energy per second. So, you know, Equinox's abilities are channeled abilities. Oberon's second ability, Gloom, and a number of others. So I don't think that Arcane Intention does anything here for you. The only other thing I would say is, like, this is great, helps out your Tenno, but I would say probably some more strength on this build is what I would recommend. For your Akin Brunt, Influence, Prime Pressure Point, Condition Overload if you have a status Priming Companion, right? You'll do more out of that. IPS mods aren't that great these days, so I probably wouldn't run either of these. Just because of the way the damage calculates in, I would probably not run these. I would say different elements, like more elements on here instead, or Elementalist, since you have Electricity and Blast, would go really well here as well. And Weeping Wounds would also go really, really well. While blocking, redirect 50% of the damage taken by allies to yourself, yeah. So I would probably say, like, Weeping Wounds, Elementalist for these two is where I would go, and Magnetic Rush instead of this guy. Yeah, that's what I would do. Especially with Influence, Elementalist does some really, really great things. Loneliest, what you got? A Compressor, Secondary Encumber, very good. Electricity, Multi-Shot, Projectile Speed. Yeah, so Projectile Speed is actually, you don't necessarily want Projectile Speed with Encumber, because with the Compressor, having lower projectile speed will allow you to get your Compressor into red crits with Secondary Encumber, because it activates on, like, stuff hitting. So you actually don't want to be running projectile speed. But that said, this is a very nice Riven and not that big of a deal at the end of the day. Keep in mind that Galvanized Shot is direct damage only, so half of the weapon's damage is not doing anything. It's not getting this bonus damage. So that's why I don't like running Galvanized Shot on here. Encumber? Oh yeah, Encumber, not Innervate. My apologies. Yeah, so ignore what I said there. But I probably wouldn't run Galvanized Shot here. I would recommend Hornet Strike. Crit from Encumber? No, I thought this was Enervate. It was just me being stupid. But yeah, I would switch this out for Hornet Strike because half of your attacks aren't getting any bonuses from this. So just keep that in mind there, Loneliest. What about your Strun? We saw this earlier. Wesker, Zephyr Prime. I probably wouldn't run this. If you're doing nearest slam build with her, it's really, really crazy with her. I see why you're probably going into primed V so that you have more health for Bellicose, but I would just run Bellicose is equal to Molt Augmented at like 2500 health. So if you aren't going above 2500 health, I probably wouldn't run Bellicose. I would run Molt Augmented instead. So you could probably also drop primed Vigor here and drop it for something else. The rest of this all looks really good though. Typically speaking, you want higher range and than what you have here for Zephyr. So I'd probably say get some more range on here, and I'll drop Augur Secrets for that. But otherwise, Wesker, you're going in the right direction. Okay, May. Let me invite. Okay, May, shoot me an invite. You want to show me your back room, right? Or your latest IKEA shenanigans? With charge, the strength's over 300. Yeah, Zephyr's usually not a high strength frame. Zephyr's usually speaking a high range, high duration frame. If you're using the augment for her second ability, then there's more reason to be going into high strength, but you don't necessarily need to be going high strength. May! Whee! Hey, Captain Tom. How you doing? Old tune? Yeah, I love Scooter. What ability strength on Zephyr? What is that? It's the augment for the secondary weapon damage. I believe scales off of power strength. Confused Alucardia, how you doing? Fast travel to the ballroom. That's not the right button. That was the teleporter. Ballroom. Welcome on in, everybody. How you doing today? Welcome on in, everyone. My name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe and make content for Warframe on YouTube, as well as being an official Warframe content creator. We're just checking out a friend's dojo. What'd y'all get up to today? The secondary damage augment scales off ability strength? To the best of my recollection, yes. Turn off character shadows and keep it off, but I like it on. I like it on. Decided to raid because you're recently checking out some of my stuff for builds. We did weeklies, relics, and a lot of confusion. You know what? That sounds delicious. But welcome on in, everybody. Now, what we like to do around here every once in a while, to thank the kind people for sharing their community, we like to do a little bit of a giveaway. So sit tight and we'll get a giveaway going in a few minutes here. May, did you make all of this? Holy crap. IKEA frame people are just built different. Okay, good. All your stairs are level. I was gonna have to call in a building inspector if they weren't. This is so ridiculous. Look at this. Is like, are all of the, like, is anything in here the base, May? Now, of course, Alucardia, if you got a raid and run, you are 10,000% welcome to. It is zero problem if you gotta go. Not a worry in the world, because when I'm done streaming, I'm done for the day too. It's all in open space room. Holy crap. That's outrageous. Look at this. Now, how do I get up there? Look at this. May. Oh, and you've got a giant organ up here too. Okay, that's pretty cool. And then a giant clock. Oh my gosh. What the hell? May, thank you for sharing this. Please go touch some grass. I say this as a loving joke with May. Don't worry. This is incredible. Wait, did you have to make that clock by hand as well? Wait. Frig. What the hell, man? This is incredible, May. This is so well done. Sheesh. Sheesh. Aaron the Introvert. Welcome in. How you doing? Thank you so much, May, for showing me. That's really cool. I always love seeing what May's up to with dojoing. Now, let me just make sure that that's not something I owe someone. It is not. Let me just make sure I've got it. All right, everybody. To thank Confused Alucardia for the raid. Unfortunately, it's only in Twitch chat. I am working on getting it set up to be also in YouTube chat. Don't worry, YouTube, but we are giving away a Volt Prime set. Everybody, anybody is welcome to join the giveaway. Just type !join in the Twitch chat. So if you came in with a raid, even on your first message, you can get in on the giveaway. So, but don't worry, YouTube, I am working on getting it set up so that you all over on YouTube land can also join the giveaways. I'm just figuring it out on the back end stuff, but you can just click the link in the description, pop over to Twitch, type !join, and pop back over to YouTube if you'd like to. Dopamine, thanks so much for the follow. Rainy, what you got? A Mag Prime, eh? No Helminth, multi-augmented Aegis, so more strength and more shield gen. Arcane Ace is good for Frost? Oh yeah, it's very good for Frost. Really, really good for Frost. You can resend the build? Yeah, send it back over if you want me to. Icicle. I did look at it already, but yeah, You'll have to send it over if you want me to look at it again. The one thing I would say on here is the crush augment, Rainy, is really, really nice. So for this last slot, I would probably look at that crush augment. Although you may want some more range and you may want some more strength out of this build, if I'm being honest. Like, offloading equilibrium or flow into shards might be a good choice. Archon stretch for more energy, which could be activated by a companion. Yeah, so I typically speaking, people go higher into strength or higher into range. Tributed, how you doing? Welcome in. Ooh. You know what? I usually don't like black and red, but with that green coming in, it looks really good. Yeah, if anybody wants to send me your builds to take a look at, there's my in-game name. Just send them on over. Just send them on down. And thank you very much, Tributed, for the follow, and Mr. Hyde for the follow as well. Happy to have you. Welcome on in. Can you donate a Prime set? Yeah, sure. We got time while we're waiting for this giveaway here. Hey, Hero, been a while. Well, I mean, you were here last week, so not really a while, but hey, nonetheless, happy to have you back. Type exclamation point, join in the Twitch chat if you want in for a giveaway. We are giving away a Volt Prime set. Anybody's welcome to join, even on your first message. We've had, I think, almost 200 people went on their first message. You're in the dojo already? Yeah, but I can't come to you. If you're in a dojo, I can't join you. Did that work? Oh, you're in my dojo. Right, you're in my clan voyage. Wait, no, you're not. Riaz is. Hi, Riaz. Oh, did this get screwed up because you were already in a dojo by chance? I think so. Okay, do you want to leave your dojo there, voyage, and then I'll shoot you back an invite? Okay, yeah. Just pop back to orbit and I'll send you an invite. Making the plat? Hell yeah. Oh, there we go. There we go. Hopefully this will be good now. Type exclamation point join if you want in for the giveaway. We're giving away a Volt Prime set. Anybody's welcome to join. And I do have to run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We got to run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, to sub to Turbo, YouTube membership, YouTube Premium. Otherwise, it takes you back. Me like Hey, Peppo, what you up to today? I can only offer you sweet, delicious ammo drums. Here you go. A Saren? I hate Saren. Thank you very much, Voyage. Appreciate you donating for the giveaway pool. Took you a second because you kept typing my in-game name wrong and you sent it. I don't have anything from you yet. Rainy, you want a Volt. Mr. Hyde, if you want to, let me know what your in-game name is, and I will send you a private message if you're having problems. So that you can open up the chat and get stuff sent over. And again, Rainy, please make sure to go follow Confused Alucardia as thank you for the raid, as that's the reason why you got that giveaway. Nothing much, just tryharding on Minecraft. What does tryharding in Minecraft look like? Oh yeah, I already said what about your build there. Adaptation with more shield or fast deflection could do a Mars Hatred too, but you have plus 45 strength on corrosive from shards. Yeah, it's just like, how are you regenerating your shields is the question. Right? Like, how are you regenerating your shields is the question that I always have whenever someone's like, I'm putting shields on. They're like, okay, but what are you doing? How are you getting your shields back? Is always the question. So if you have an answer for how you're getting your shields back, then yeah, absolutely. Could Helmet's Hildren over Tempest? Yeah, you could go with that, or Condemn. Harlow's ability is another shield generator as well. You know, as another option for you. Oh, just a heads up, everyone. Tomorrow, because I've just got a business meeting for a thing coming up. Tomorrow's stream will be starting a little bit late here. Push back the LR test by 2 days. All right, for a tier 3 sub, I can be bribed for that. 21 days. 5 months, 21 days, and I'll do my LR5 test. Thank you very much, Ace, for the tier 3 sub. 11-month streak. Thank you so much. That's very, very kind of you. Over Title Surge? Yeah, over Title Surge. Heyo, you're not able to stay very long, but wondering if you have a good build for the Secure Electa, since you'd like to use it for Steel Path with Chromo for some nutty credits, but as far as you can tell, the Electa might be the most ass weapon you've ever used. You'd probably just be looking at an influence build, to be honest. It's not a bad weapon, but it's certainly not a good weapon or great weapon. It comes baseline with electricity, so influence, right? It's got a high status chance. I think that crit damage is being showing up with the Tenacious Bond there. Yeah, so you definitely want to be going into like a full status build with it, with melee influence. So something... can you ask why you're pushing back the LR test? Because there's no reason for me to do my LR test. And it's just a meme now, because everyone keeps asking me why I haven't done my LR test, my LR5 test. And I've had LR5 ready to go since like mid-December. And it's now just a bit because everyone keeps asking me, why don't you do your LR test? So every time someone asks me, it gets pushed back a day. It's been like that for 3 months, and we're down to 5 months and 20 days. 5 months, 25 days. No, it's on a cooldown voyage. And you can only find out if what the cooldown is if you have a tier 3 sub. The loadout slots? I don't use loadouts. Fair enough. Once you get high enough, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter for me. Yeah, I'm just trying to find a status-based build here for you, Luminescent. Probably this guy here. So something like this. But this is just a 60-60 toxin replacement. So you'd be looking at something like this for the Secure Electa. With melee influence. Trying to get to MR 30, but then after that, you're just gonna sit on your test? Yeah. What's my favorite frame? Neja's my favorite frame, but Neja's always been my favorite frame. I've been Neja main since like 2019 when his deluxe skin came out. Arca Titron, the hammer, is a good status build if you build it correctly. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's a fantastic weapon. I think it's really, really good. Rank. Calm. Sobek. Uriel. Uriel. There you go. Like, what's going on here? All right. Who wants to go to hell? Cardi, I know you always want to go to hell with me. Who wants to go to hell? Lonely? Love to hear you laugh. There you go. You added me? You're ready? Yeah, if you want to, we're doing it on Steel Path Hide. You're good to do, is this, I assume this is you. There we go. So as long as you're gonna do it on Steel Path, then let's go. I mean, Orc and Catalysts are never bad. That's saving you some plat. A formal blueprint doesn't matter. The rest are good. Oh, I can't remember if I really have any funny names on my stuff at all. What stats do you recommend on a Bull Ribbon? Multi-shot, fire rate, crit chance, crit damage, status chance. I would probably go more into the status side of things, if I'm being honest. Element of choice. Somewhere in that area. It's like Ribbon Week or something. We love ribbons. Let's go gambling. Game? Boar is higher status than crit? Yeah, but you can go into a really nice crit status hybrid. How many slots do I have for what? Like weapon slots? I got like 200. For ribbons, I think I'm maxed out at this point. Two on calendar, 2 on Ascendi. I think you got 1 out of Sortie and Archon. Ooh, tasty. You're on PS4? It's all good. I don't mind. I don't care about load times. Oh. Oh no, I'm not on the right build for the Sobek. No. Whatever shall I do? Oh no, they're gonna slow me down! Ah! Oh. Alrighty. Primary QD does not work on shotguns. I think it's rifle only. I think it's rifles and pistols. Do you like the Note 10? I've never really been a big fan of it. It's perfectly fine. It's not bad. It's like a, you know, an incarnate melee, so it's not going to be bad. But I've never really enjoyed it personally. Pandero, a decent secondary? Not, I mean, it's got some interesting things, but I haven't really messed around with it. Foes vulnerable to RPGs. I think most things are vulnerable to RPGs. I don't know about you guys, but I'm very vulnerable to RPGs. The Nell? Oh, the Nell's great. No, the Nell is fantastic. Get out of here. Oh, can I just gonna kill you through that? Yeah, I'm just gonna kill you through that. Rifles and pistols with innate multi-shot that accuses acuity, if that matters. Yeah, but I just don't remember. I don't think shotguns can actually use primary acuity. Like, I think it's literally not for shotguns. You know what? I'm just gonna kill you guys through your stupid stuff. Haro signature weapon, the Nell? Yeah, it's really good. I got a build for it. You know, just do the usual exclamation point, Nell. Up, 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 ba, ba. Woo. Yeah, the shotgun weapon class. Yeah, I didn't think so. Again, if I'm not like 100% certain on something, I just generally go with the default. I don't think it does. Pop, To Rifle Acuity? Yeah, I agree. It should be renamed Rifle Acuity. Vulnerable to missiles and doesn't die from a missile. Interesting. Interesting. I'd like to speak with its manager. Now it's so funny when it turns into a full auto machine gun. Oh, it's wild. Running it with the Sobek, or not Sobek, the Scourge. Ooh. Oh, it's Gruslings. This is fun.
It mocks us with all its greed. It must be vanquished.
If it was the stupid Necromics, I would be really... I have no idea. Lonely. Yeah, I got no idea what... I don't even know what you're talking about for reference.
I admit I am having trouble discerning where its origins might lie in my memories.
I do not know which is more troubling, when you can recall or when you cannot.
Oh, the box breaker? Oh, no, they haven't nerfed that. No. It's just a box breaker. Box breaker frames just kind of do that. Yeah, that's a feature. That's not a bug. That's an intended thing. Can I get a rune, please, sir? Can I get a rune, please, sir? Thank you. You have to go now? No worries, Mira. Thanks so much for hanging out today. I hope you have yourself a good rest of your time. Whatever you get up to tonight. Ah. Nope, I said up and then fly. Thank you. I don't care about friction. I don't need friction. I don't need your source of usefulness, friction. I'm immune to you. Ow, I'm not immune to you. I lied. Actually, wait, minus reload really sucks on this run? Yeah, minus reload's really bad for this run. Really bad for this run, actually. Status chance, multi, minus reload, damage toxin, minus impact. I would probably take the damage toxin. But I would also probably keep rolling. Because at least the damage toxin one is, you know, the minus impact is actually kind of useful. And the, oh, please don't be the Necromites. Get your arc guns out. The Necromites are weak to arc guns. Get your arc guns out. Get your arc guns out, kids. Lock and load on this run to mitigate any reloads. Yeah, I mean, like, you can work around it. Obviously, you know, there's lots of ways to get plus reload speed these days on guns. But if you don't have an answer for it, it's really bad. And that's always kind of the problem, right? Is if you don't have an answer for the problem, that is one that gets really frustrating on this run. Whee! Necromites are really weak to crit weapons. Yeah, my Sicarus Incarnon with red crits doesn't agree with that. But for some reason, arc weapons go really crazy on these things. So that's just what I go with. I think it's because they technically count as terrain, and the arc weapons do more damage to terrain or something like that. Someone tried to explain that to me. I think Ken tried to explain that to me one day. You melted them with rattle guts? Well, la-di-da, aren't you special? kidding. I'm kidding. No, yeah, for some reason my Sickers just doesn't do anything to them. I don't know why. Yeah, Dex Pixia is like always a little bit things. Thanks for noticing. How dare you? How dare you sass me back?
Light, it is not of it is the searing attention of scrutiny. It will burn you if you let it.
Thought they just had object health? Yeah, but I think arc weapons do more damage to object health or something along those lines. Anyway, long story short, my arc guns do more damage than my normal weapons. That's why I'm using my arc gun against those. Because my actual weapons don't really do anything to it for some reason. And I don't know, I've got a ridiculously crit-based Sicarus Prime. So, oh. You got 100 sub gift challenge idea. All right. I think we're gonna have to start. Oh, you need to definitely, spell check yourself there, Lonely. You're not in trouble, but you do have to spell check that one. That's actually, in another language, a very bad word.
Did you think little Marie
I know that you didn't mean to type that, because I understand the context, but I can't let it be on stream. So don't worry, you're not in trouble, but you definitely need to spell check that one. 1,000 Overguard Invisibility. No, I don't care about that. I don't even know what buff I just grabbed.
we will endure.
Zaws, have you guild them? I mean, I'm not really a big fan of Zaws screaming, so like, boo. But so I will tell you just to sell Zaws that you don't care about. I'll just use amp for them. Your operator setup is a dedicated crit weapon in case you ever need one. Ah, I see, I see. I see, I see.
Targets that do not fight back.
What is this? Just destroy stuff?
Is narrowing it down.
All right, you gotta bullet jump to fly. Whee! Oh. You need the weapon slots and you're not going to use most of them? Yeah, if you're not going to use a weapon, then, I mean, that's always a good opportunity for you to replace or to recycle the slot, you know? Sorry, Jabari. Sorry, my brain broke when I started reading your message, and I don't know why. Hey, Zenos, you're one of those creators you see on shorts and makes you enjoy Warframe? Oh, good, I'm glad. I hope that you keep enjoying the stuff I keep doing. You're a hoarder, so you keep all your weapons? Yeah, just like as a creator, I have to, like, well, I don't have to, but keeping... I know you're a mimic. 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 I know you're a mimic too. I just don't care, and I'm just going to kill you or just ignore you because honestly, you don't matter. You got 3 Omniforma and 1 Omniforma blueprint from Temple Orchimedia? What the hell? That's amazing. That's 150 platinum. That's great. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads so that new people don't get brutal ads. Sit tight, see you in a second. Bye. And a graph report. Thanks for following. Hello? Oh, I was tabbed. Fireball rollers. Oh no! Whatever shall I do? Pop, 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 pop. Pop, 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 pop. Pop, pop, pop. Pop. Axe Stiletto with Haro? Ooh. And if you throw on Arcane Pistolier on your Haro, then you never need to worry about reloading. But you wanted your hot shots? I know. Don't worry, you'll get a hot shot eventually. Don't forget, Lloyd's Ribbon Arcane Recycling Factory now has oh, I'm sending out a giant oddball. Creepy. Now has this. Selling a hot shot? No! No trading in my chat. You get guaranteed one with pick chips? Yeah, and then you can grab the rest of them from Lloyd's Recycling Center. Bad people. Where's my runes? Oh, can you not make runes off of these bodies, Vithalis? Oh, that's unfortunate. Wait, where'd that guy go? Oh, he died. Everything's dying just as I start looking at it. Makes me say, you're an old player, but never doing insane room nuking. You want some advice on what mods you should go for? Temple main using dual toxicist. What makes you nuke worthy? Temple's not exactly a nuke based frame. They're more of a weapon platform, right? So increasing your weapons damage through their abilities, which they have 2 abilities that do that. Ripper's Wail giving you a bunch of heat damage. And of course, Overdriver giving you critical vulnerability to your enemies. So Temple specifically is more of a weapon platform. However, that said, if you take a ability that does some kind of ragdolling to enemies, so Meg's pull, for instance, will pull enemies, ragdolling them, and then pyrotechnics on ragdolled enemies will hit them 6 times. So head, torso, each arm, each leg. For some reason, it codes it as that. Twitch does automod some weird things every once in a while, Lonely. I just know that the word that you use there is by accident spelling. It's not your fault, and that's why you're not in trouble. Because I totally got the context of what you were trying to say. You were typing Kuva. And that word specifically is in another language very much not okay on Twitch. So that's why I got caught. It was just a spelling mistake. Like, don't worry, I get it. You're not in any form of trouble. But also automod does I've got automod at pretty strict levels for catching stuff. But yeah, so for Temple, you could put on like Meg's pull through the helmet system. If you don't know what the helmet system is, I've got a short on the channel going over that for you. If I said that it's a bad word, why would you try to get the bot to bonk you again? Do you know what the term playing with fire means? Anyway, now if you want to go into like nuke builds, sorry, I keep getting distracted by me having bad ADHD, Jabari, my apologies. If you're looking like doing some nuking frames, there's a few really great ones out there. Equinox is still a fantastic nuking frame with her 4th ability. In day form, Maim is still fantastic for large AoE damage. The Nezha is incredible nuke frame, is my personal favorite nuke frame, and Sebagoth is also a great nuke frame, and I would highly recommend checking out him as well. And if you want to see, I do have a number of builds for Nezha on the channel, including a full-length video if you're needing some more information on how he functions. Which, if you give me a moment here, I will summon the nice bot to get you my Nezha builds. And here you go. No Stars Dash is a ton of fun. Yeah, Pyrotechnics is my favorite. It's definitely the highest damaging one. It's really, really good. Doing good numbers or damaging crazy mods or some. Yeah, I mean, you do need, like, you know, for going to the true bonkers highest efficiency, highest damage builds. Yeah, you're gonna need like the crazy mods. But prime mods are generally speaking going to be good enough for what you got. So if you have any of those prime mods, go for it. The other thing that I would also really recommend is if you see any build that you don't have all the mods for, don't worry. Every end game build is also an early game build, because all you do is you just put on normal mods, right? So like, if you don't have all the Umbral mods maxed out, then just put on the normal ones. You know, if you don't have a primed, I don't know, flow, just put on a normal flow. There's very few times where you need to have a specific mod for a specific reason. How's the best Warframe YouTuber? I'm not the best Warframe YouTuber at all. I'm just a dude. Is 300 mods important on Araxia? Use energy and health conversion for... Okay, so you're doing a... I assume, based on what you're saying, is that you're doing a persistence Araxia there, Lucian? You should be fine. Yeah, Grace is a fantastic survivability method for her. I tend to heal just by turning her fourth ability on and off. That's how I like to play her. For my survivability, but yeah, you're fine either way. Non-prime version of the endgame build is often still 50 is a prime version. Yeah, exactly. You don't need prime mods or like crazy mods. There's like, obviously, if you have the better mods, you'll be doing better because they are better. But like for 90% of the time, you don't need to be worried about it at all. Even with equilibrium run out a lot, yeah, you should not be running out of if you're running out of energy with Araxia, and you have equilibrium on, you need to be using your first ability more frequently. You're so tired today, you've been fading in and out of consciousness for like the past hour. Go sleep, go rest. Go relax. Sure.
Yes, onward.
Get it all! Get it all! We all right. Arcade Bellico is good with her? Yeah, because she has so much health with her fourth ability. Yeah, it's really, really good. I've got a video on my channel for her. What's the place about Noko? His kit doesn't seem so good. Oh, Noko's crazy. You should check out my video for Noko if you need more information on how bonkers that frame is. To the point that I made 6 builds for him. Yeah, Noko's wild. Noko's too jumpy? Yeah, if it's not suiting your playstyle. Right? It's always playstyle and personal preference at the end of the day. Like, sometimes you just kind of like gotta lean into the bounciness of Noko and just sort of accept your fate that you're gonna go flying. And then once you just accept your fate, life is just much better. Maxed out Umbral mods, you're just trying to find good spots or missions to get good loot. Do you have like the corrupted mods? So Blind Rage, Transient Fortitude, Overextended, those mods? Because basically anything that was a good mod back in the day is probably still a good mod today. But like galvanized mods, do you have those, Jabari? Do you have like adaptation rolling guard? Did you do arbitrations? Like that's really the only sort of other thing to recommend. Because otherwise it's kind of more arcanes these days are the later game extra additions that are changing up the quote unquote meta of Warframe. There's not been a huge increase of like mod diversity that are like majorly important, so to say. Not in like the past 2-ish years, I should say. You just made the most stupid realization. I have so many jokes about this, but I'll let you continue. Citrine can keep Hotshot active.
Through with ritual. I dimly recall some other like this one, offering
Yes, Ace. That is true. Could be using Hotshot this entire time? Yes. Yeah, her crystal spits out all 4 of the base elements. Or 3, not 4. Sorry, her 4 is impact and puncture and slash. Yeah, she's crazy. I love Citrine. I should play more Citrine. I just kind of like get in a rut sometimes. Like, not a bad rut, but I just kind of like find myself just gravitating towards singular things. One day you'll get a Citrine part. I believe in you. Majority of the corrupted mods, missing like 2, finished off the main game up to Holvania. You get BBQ, too scared to try level 300 plus. Well, if you want to, Jabari, you're always welcome to send me your builds in-game. My stream is my same as my in-game name. And then if you open up a private message to me using /W space my in-game name, so Zenosfire, and then if you, inside of your arsenal, in the top right-hand corner, there'll be a little chain link icon. It says link config in chat. So you can just send me your build. And I can give you recommendations. Like I do that all the time for people, so I would, you know, if you want a hand, I've been doing it all for a good chunk of today already. I'd be happy to give you advice. All right, Redacted, you have yourself a good night. Thanks for hanging out today. I hope you got a good sleep. Why am I critting for 1.5 million with my Sobek? Not that I'm complaining, I'm just confused. We don't have a Haro. Fighting Frost, maybe? Axel, I know even with Haro feels mid. I mean, Haro just makes all weapons just better. So, like, you know. I do like the Nell on Haro, but also it's Haro and it's his personal weapon, so it kind of makes sense. The Trumna? Yeah, the Trumna's crazy on Haro, actually. Because the big problem with the Trumna is its fire rate, right? So Penance giving you a butt ton of fire rate's really good. How to do what I just said? Yeah, no worries. When I get out of here, Jabari, I will show you how to do it. So what you do is, I'll at least get you started here. So you just go like this. Copy and paste that, minus the space that's in front of the slash, into the game. And then once you have a private message opened with me, you just click the link config in chat, which is in your arsenal in your mod menu. Back. Back. Oh, these little bastards again, man. Fine. Eat my arc gun. No, I want to attack the Necromite. Wait, why aren't you dying? Oh, never mind. Now you're dying. Hap. Hap. Hap, hap, hap. Hap. Hap, hap. Hap, hap, hap. Ha. Whee! Whee! Do you be my everything? What are we doing here? Defense? Word. Only weak points are vulnerable. How about I just burn? How about I just burn you all? Oh, you know, it's not, the burn, as it turns out, is not working as well as I was hoping it would. Yeah, well. Good thing I've got a big gun. What are you doing up there? Look, more victims! Feel like a fossil trying to do this stuff? Don't you worry. I will show you how to do it once I get out of here, okay? I am perfectly happy to give people a hand with stuff like this. It's not even a worry in the world. Oh, I should check in with friendo. Let's go! We're almost done here, so it'll be just a few more minutes. Oh, this is the easy one. What was that series of auto mantling? Oh, I can't wait for auto mantling to be fixed. Oh my gosh, please. Please, Pablo. What? And then you didn't auto mantle on that? Okay, you know what? I'm just done. Nope, I'm done. No. Stream's over, everybody. Stream's over. Sorry, can't do this shit. I hate auto mantling with a fiery burning passion. So much. I can't. That's the thing that I'm the most excited for next patch is the auto mantling change. Oh my gosh. I'm so done with auto mantling, man. I'm just so done with it. You don't even know, bro. You don't even know. You don't even see these ad break coming. That's how much you don't even know. Alright, how's it going? Ooh, primary debilitate times trees. Wow, that's without defeating into the short speed yet. Alright. Alright. Man, I hate YouTube sometimes.
I am not a man who begs.
Whee! Hey, boy, how's it going? Whee!
Whatever you desire,
Oh.
it shall be yours. Simply turn around.
Does Arcane Pistolier work on the Incarnate? No. Ammo efficiency sources do not work on Incarnates. Is that from using that? What are you referencing? Hey! Apparently I completed an honor challenge. Whee! My energy colors? No, I'm using like a blue and like a deep blue and an orange, or like a deep teal and an orange. I don't have a black energy channel in this frame. Looks insane. Yeah, I like it. It's a little bit, maybe a little bit much, but I do like it. All right, GG squad, get on my squad. Okay, so. Jabari, so you just open up a private message, right? So if you're on PC, you type W or you type T to open up your chat here, right? You go like this, so you might be able to see it down there in the corner. So /W, my name, which is Zenosfire, and then you, once you open up a private message, you go here. So open up private message. Oh, hold on, hodl. Here, /W Zenosfire, link config in chat, and then it pops up here in the chat box in the game. So you can't whisper yourself, so Icicle, congratulations, you're gonna get my Uriel build. So you click this, once you open up the private message to the person, pop, and then it shows up here. Just like that. You got a job at a dispensary? I used to own a dispensary with some friends. Yep, just like that. And then if you go in here into appearance, there's also a link look in chat here. Link cog config in chat, and then you just send it over, and then we take a look at it, and it shows up here in my inventory. We saw Voyage's Kuva Sobek earlier. Chicken Nugget, we saw your stuff here. Oh, that's not like old, that's not new lore. I used to work in the cannabis industry, doing a dispensary and starting to get a dispensary started with a friend, and then I worked for a cannabis edibles company as a production manager before I started doing streaming full time. That's why you come here, is your knowledge for all-knowing Warframe information hub? Okay, I don't have all-knowing information. That's not true. I know an approximate knowledge of many things. The wiki is also an information hub. The wiki is also a good information hub too. First you heard of it, but then again, you only watch shorts. Yeah, I mean, I, you know, it's not like I advertise it, but it is something I've talked about a few times on stream. The Kengineer is also an info hub. Oh yeah, Kengineer's great. Thoughts on improvements? Why are you using range? Narrow-minded. I probably wouldn't use narrow-minded. I would switch that for continuity. Otherwise, yes. Other than this, yes. Because you do want to have a little bit of range for this, for this, for this, for this. And you don't need that much duration, so I'd probably swap that out. Otherwise, this is good, yeah. Nothing to say there. Akenbrun, Galvanized Elementalist, but that's about it. Yeah. Yep, Galvanized Elementalist. But you might not have that yet, so don't worry about it. Rex Shadow, your Zaku. What'd you say? Don't know what you should put in for the second arcane slot. Energize, probably. A little bit of energy. Help you out. I'm not a big fan of Vast Untime or Untime Rift, but like, you know, if it works for you, it works for you. I just don't really care for it. I wouldn't run Adaptation. I would probably switch out Adaptation for Rolling Guard. And the reason why is their fourth ability, which you should be having active at all times, gives you 75% dodge chance. So largely speaking, you just kind of need the, is Blessing range not affinity range, not regular range? I could be wrong on that, but either way, you'd still want to have, the range for Energy Vampire and for Well of Life. And Link. Trinity / abilities. Adaptation won't accumulate. It'll have problems accumulating. Yes. So blessing is an infinity range, but the other stuff is not. So the reason why I say not an adaptation is you got 75% damage reduction just from here, or damage dodge chance. So, and this also gives you damage reduction against AoEs. I would probably just go rolling guard. Yeah. And then for your second arcane slot, if you don't need energize, you shouldn't because you got equilibrium here. Circumvent, steel armor, overguard, and shields from enemies. Roar is better than Zada's. Roar is good for like a lot of things, but Zada's also really, really incredible. For the stolen guns, yeah, but if you're, you know, if you're not using just the stolen guns, yes. Because Zada's doesn't affect the stolen guns, but Zada's is one of the best weapon buffs in the game. Like, it rivals Roar for damage output when it's a good opportunity to use it. Like, it's bonkers. Zada's plus blast. Yep, exactly. Yep. It's better on literally any other weapons platform? No, it's still good on Zaku because it's still a weapon platform buff. You know? And your Roar is not going to, through the helmet system, become comparable to Zaz Whisper. If you're focusing on your weapons and not just being AFK, you know, brain off running around with the Grasp of Loke stuff. Right, if you're focusing on just Grasp of Loke, yes, that's a great choice. But if you're focusing on literally anything else than just Grasp of Loke, then it's the other one. Roar is better for fashion, and that is the true end game, as we know. That is the true end game. So yeah, I would replace adaptation there with rolling guard and throw on circumvent if you need more survivability, but you should probably be fine. Hero, what you got? Ooh, nice Zaku. Actually, I really like that color scheme. Nice. Riaz, your strun. Damage, toxin, minus impact. Yeah, I mean, keep rolling. Yeah, and you don't need, whatchamacallit on here. Maybe. I would say probably not, like, this I'm not, like, a huge fan of. I would probably replace this with something else. Probably another element. Like magnetic strafe, because you aren't running cannonade on here. So I would run this with magnetic strafe, another element, and then also counteracts the minus fire rate here. I mean, like, and the thing is, the minus impact here is actually pretty solid because you don't care for the minus impact, and then just replaces a toxin mod and then gives you more damage. It's certainly a usable Riven, but like you could rule something better, obviously. Because again, anytime that you're just replacing something with a Riven and getting extra bonuses with a non-important negative, it's going to be a great time. Oda, cool. How you doing? A Frost Prime build. Nourish over the 1. I would recommend putting Nourish over the 2 rather than the 1, so at least then you have the option to run Freeze Force. The 2 is garbage. Unfortunately, it's just not that great. Multi-augmented Arcane Ice Storm. Get your Ice Storm maxed out. It's a lot. It'll help offset this duration for your Nourish. I'm not like the biggest fan of Precision Intensify just in general, but this is a really good use case for it. And remember, Overguard generation from Icy Avalanche scales off of your power, strength, and armor, so you may want to swap things around to get some armor and power strength in here for that. But I would maybe also swap this out for the passives augment, Biting Frost. Or Biting Cold, or whatever the hell it's called. So I'd replace that, personally. It's really, really good. 200% critical chance and 200% critical damage is just wild. Hell yeah, after 10 tries. So how do you put your build? Quick summary. Okay, so you go like this. You open up the private message here. You just go up here. Now that you have the private message open, you click here. You click link config in chat. And then it sends over. So now you got my real build. Congratulations. Is Nourish really needed for Frost? Nourish does have energy problems, or Frost does have energy problems, so if you're not finding an answer to energy problems from somewhere else, yes, Nourish is really good on Frost. Is it needed? No. Is it good? Yes. Zada on Frost for funny things. Yeah, I like running Elemental Ward for the extra armor for the overguard generation. If not Nourish, Zada's Roar. I run Elemental Ward from Frost or from Chroma. That's what I run. There you go. Now we got your temple. You figured it out. All right, so temple. Okay, take a look at your build here. There are certainly some areas for some improvements, but that's not a bad thing at all. So temple is very much a high strength frame because Exalted Solo, Ripper's Wail, and Overdrive all scale incredibly well off of strength. You actually don't need efficiency on them because if you land on the backbeat, you actually gain efficiency from there. So they don't really need efficiency. So I would actually probably drop this. I would look at possibly some more strength or some more range on here. Maybe some more duration also is a valid option. Also, that said, I wouldn't actually run Umbral Fiber on here. When you cast Ripper's Wail, you will regenerate your health shields and be invulnerable. And if you have it on the backbeat timing, they get invulnerable for 8 seconds. So you don't really need Umbral Fiber here. Because the idea for survivability is just kind of go, whenever your shields are gone, you pop Ripper's Wail, regenerate shields, get 8 seconds of invulnerability. So I would probably drop this and look for some more strength. I would also probably drop Boreal's Hatred as well. Because again, you don't really need a lot of efficiency on them. However, something like an Energize, like Arcane Energize, you might remember, would be good. Or some other form of energy regeneration mod on here would do you really well. Energy Nexus is a mod that you can farm out of Sanctum Atomica, and that might be a good option here. The important thing to remember is that Exalted Solo, once it's cast, doesn't require any energy. It uses the backbeat of fuel, right? So you don't need to be too worried about efficiency there. Now, that said, also, Arcane Impetus is really, really good on Temple because you have heat here. Any elements that you mod onto Exalted Solo, aka Lizzie, will count as ability damage because it's an ability. It's for Arcane Impetus. And when you hold the right, when you aim down sights and then press 1, 2, 3, or 4, Lizzie will spit out various elements. So you can actually get some pretty high stacks on Arcane Impetus. So that will also help you out with your efficiency. Arcane Bellicose isn't necessarily the best choice here because Temple doesn't have a ton of health. There's another arcane that comes out of the Zariman called Molt Augmented, which gives you 60% power strength, which Arcane Bellicose, in order to match Molt Augmented, requires 2,500-ish health, a little bit more than that, but you know, rounding. So I would probably look at Molt Augmented rather than Arcane Bellicose. If you want to see what my temple looks like, here is my temple build, just so that you can sort of take a look at that and use it as reference for what I'm talking about. And again, with all of my builds, it's not the best build, it's not the right build, it's just my build. You know, there's probably better efficiencies, there's probably better versions, there's better versions for you even. You know, this might be the best version for me, but it doesn't mean that's the best version, period. Otherwise, you are going in the right direction here. Jabari, you are going in the right direction here, and it does look really, really good. So like no major comments or like this is glaringly bad. Like I probably wouldn't run these efficiency mods. That's about it. And I probably wouldn't run fiber. So I would be like, get a little bit of range, get a little bit of strength, get a little bit of duration for those 3 mods, and you should be good. Yeah, it's looking really good. You're back from helping the baby Tenno bestie. Ooh, fun. It's an Enros. Ooh, that looks really good. I like that screaming. Is that the Citrine Ephemera? Citrine Deluxe Ephemera? T-Gamer, what you got? Champion's Blessing, Abating Link, Vampire Leech. I actually don't like Vampire Leech. Every time someone's like has Vampire Leech on, I'm like, but why you can just use Cat Blessing. And then Blessing gives you back shields. So I'm not a big fan of Vampire Leeches in general. Champion's Blessing is great if you can get it to activate consistently, and the problem is like you can't always activate it consistently, because if you like pick up a health orb, right, then you can't get Champion's Blessing because it doesn't count as blessing healing. So like I'm not a huge fan of Champion's Blessing unless of course you have a very specific use case of it, which Ace has already said. Kima is a great use case for Champion's Blessing. Arcane Avenger and Combat Discipline, of course, for the extra crit chance, crit damage, and also gives you better opportunities to activate Champion's Blessing. Archon Intensify, yep, he's going to be healing yourself a bunch because of Combat Discipline. Abating Link is fantastic. Remember, Link scales off of power strength, so more Link, more good. ETA Support Trinity. Oh yeah, but this is for an ETA Support Trinity. The only thing I would say is you don't need Rolling Guard here. But if you're using it for like the status stuff, that's also not really a good use case for it because Link is a damage redirection, so it gives her status immunity. So you don't actually need Rolling Guard here. I would probably replace this with maybe some range or some more strength. Beast Pest with Duplex Bonds helps with Champion's Blessing. Yeah, but it's also like it's not consistent enough for something that I care about. Let me put it that way. It's inconsistent, and especially when I'm making builds, I always build for consistency rather than power spikes, if that makes sense. So I'm not a big fan of inconsistent buffs like Champion's Blessing. But it is very good when you use it properly. It's just, for me, not such a huge fan. Doesn't it work on Necros' clones? I think that it only works on your frames or something stupid. It's a little bit of a finicky thing. Yeah, it doesn't heal the shadows. I knew that. Just pull up the wiki page. Any ally healed by Blessing will trigger Champion's Blessing, including Warframe, Spectres, and Companions. Yeah, so it does actually work off of Spectres and Companions. But again, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, to me, it's not super consistent, so I'm not a huge fan of it. It's not like it's a bad thing at all. And if it works for you, it works for you. This is just a merely personal preference thing. The only thing I would say that's like super glaring about the build is Rolling Guard here. Because you have status immunity from Link. And you get 75% damage reduction from here, and then you get 75% damage reduction from here. You don't really need Rolling Guard. I would actually probably go into some health here, if I'm gonna be honest. Like, if this was me, I would do Umbral Vitality and Umbral Intensify here. That's what I would do personally. But also, what you have here is really good. You don't need any defensive mods on Trinity? No, but you know what's really funny? This Trinity build. 90% damage reduction by 75% damage reduction by 75% damage reduction by 75% damage redirection. I'm taking like less than 1% damage. Whee! Trinity. It's really funny. It's really, really funny, actually. It's a good time. Okay, otherwise, yeah, nothing like this is like, I understand where you're going with everything that you're doing here, especially for an ETA support build. I just don't think that you need the Rolling Guard here. And then 50% DR for shields. That too, yeah. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break. Hey, cool. Hey, Wesky, how you doing? Just gotta take a quick ad break and also just walk around and stretch my legs and all that jazz. So sit tight. We'll be back in a few seconds here, everybody. Hey, Firefist. How you doing? Cypher, what you got here? Ooh, really pretty Nova. Ooh, I love that. That looks great. That's with the citrine ephemera as well. Looks really good. Thanks a lot. Try to look forward to your builds. Your other builds if possible. Look at this one. Yeah, sure. So Gauss is very much a high duration, high strength frame. A little bit of range is not bad because thermal thunder stuff is really, really good. So I'll be looking at getting some more strength and more duration on here, personally. You don't really need to go into armor. Kinetic plating is largely speaking one of the best survivability functions in the game, so it'll make you basically invincible. So I'll probably drop that. There is some really neat tech with Gauss using shield recharge mods and the arcane called Arcane Aegis. So I'd probably look at maybe getting some shield recharge mods for these 2 slots instead, and Arcane Aegis would be my other recommendation. And then more strength and more duration instead of these 2. Well, I mean, this is duration, but, you know, more strength here. You're going in the right direction, though. Yeah. Also, the nice thing is that since you have these here, you can spam Thermal Thunder or Mock Rush to regenerate your shields to play into that whole combo that I was talking about. But otherwise, you're kind of, you know, you're going the right direction. Just, again, some areas where it's a little bit of improvement could be made. I'm not a big Gauss player, so I can't really give you the best recommendations there, but what you have there is going in the right direction. Just I would probably drop the armor and I would drop the get some more duration and strength. Vobin, so you're running Onamori over his 1 battery because you have 1500 armor off of Bastille to feed your energy supply. Molt Augment for more power strength. Archon Stretch can be activated by companion. You aren't running Tesla Nervos, so just make sure that you have a companion that can activate this. High range, good strength. Looks good to me. Yep. Looks good, looks good. I would maybe offload Equilibrium into some shards and maybe get some more strength on here because his abilities are much more strength friendly now these days. Haro Prime, Hotshot. How are you activating Hotshot? Null Stars. You have a Neutron Star. Very good. Arcane Concentration, Lasting Covenant. Worthy Camaraderie. Yeah, looks good to me. Keep in mind, you know, yeah, nothing really to say. This all looks good here. You do need to watch out for some survivability. When am I going to play Ark Survival? I've never played Ark Survival, so probably never. Probably never. Red line outside of the bolts damage is purely off duration. Needs very small amounts of strength. Yeah, but if you're going into like other stuff with this kit, so like Thermal Thunder, you need strength there usually. Yeah, I've never played Ark Survival, so probably never. I've never really cared for that game personally. Keep in mind that his second ability, Penance, is actually really, really good because it gives you fire rate, reload speed, and melee attack rate too. So maybe Null Stars might not be the best option there. But it's not like it's a bad option. So just keep that in mind that you're kind of losing some weapon damage buffs, some weapon damage output with what you're running currently. Your Ninja Fashion. Ooh, really love that green. Looks great. I love this new ephemera too. This new ephemera looks so good. Was going for funny null red crits. Ah, that would do it, yes. Valkyr Prime. No helmets, multi-augmented, Arcane Avenger. A lot of range. More range than I've ever seen on a Valkyr, that's for certain. I usually find just Archon Stretch is enough for her. Or just a Stretch. Because this is a channeled ability, so you can't gain energy back while Hysteria is active. So you can save yourself a little bit of mod capacity there. But yeah, I think just, I think you probably don't need overextended here. She's very much a high strength frame with some duration and some range for Riplines grouping and whatnot. So I'd probably drop overextended here. You should be fine just for this. Avenger for more crit chance, multi-augmented. Yeah, all looks good here otherwise. Cool guy, looks good otherwise. I just think that you probably don't need this much range. Yeah, that's kind of the only thing I would say there. All right, what do we got for Archon Hunt? A spy, and it's a Jupiter spy. Blech. All right, who wants to join? Who's joining? What would you do instead? Probably either more strength or more like just like an auger range. Cool guy, you want in? Alrighty. We got room for 2 for Archon Hunt. If anybody wants to join. It's fine. I got Wukong. Hi, would it be alright to send a Motivore build? Yeah, send it over, Oswald. I'll take a look at it when I get the chance. Cardi, you're not on. Screamin', sure. Icicle, you were just with us a few times there, so we're gonna grab Cardi. Because, oh, well, you know what? Yeah, we'll grab Cardi. Sorry, Icicle, we'll grab you for the next one. I've already said my words. You were just there for the ETA? I know, I forgot that you were just there for the ETA, but don't worry, we'll grab you. We'll grab you for something later. Did I already do Descendia today? Yes. And okay, Cardi, just grab that invite when you get the chance. Tetron. You didn't get an invite? What? There, now you have it. Okay, so you're gonna go for the puncture build. I probably wouldn't run Rending Strike, right? You want to be forcing all of your status into puncture as much as possible. So I wouldn't run Rending Strike. I would get Weeping Wounds on here. And more crit stuff, more critical damage, Blood Rush and Weeping Wounds for these last 2 slots is what I would do. And I'll take a look at your Saren once we're done doing this here. Wasn't sure if puncture was a good path. I mean, melee doty is really, really good on it, so like it's certainly not a bad path by any stretch of the means.
You know these vaults. Get in.
It's really good. Whee! Just monkeying around. Weeping Wounds and Blood Rush, yeah. Trippy Shroom, welcome in. How you doing?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Keep moving. None of the scanners have detected you.
Open. Thank you. Not a single auto breach? What the frig?
Excellent work. A clean extraction with no alarms.
Not a single auto breach at all.
Triggered the alarms. Lose this data.
Okay, someone's at C already. So I will head to B. Okay, I believe in you. I believe in you over at C. I believe in you.
Data extracted. They won't even know it's
3, 2, 1. Oh.
I'm truly sorry
Okay, we can try again.
for everything. I saw
You
the
hate
truth.
spies? I know, Jupiter spies are dim. Where do I go for Argon farming? Usually mod or Annie. Just go sit in survival for a bit. You can also just like run the capture with the box breaker frame. Yeah, if you aren't sure where to go, then just like, you know, just skip it. I got Wukong, so I can do all these really easily. So if you're uncertain, just don't worry about it. It's all good. I'll handle it. Sleeping on Navara, it's a cakewalk with her. It's just speed also with Wukong, right?
You must understand.
Wukong's just faster at it.
Understand his
That's the reason why I use Wukong for it more than anything else.
Get in.
Is Zaku Prime good at all? Yeah, Zaku's great.
Oh, Natar.
Yeah, Zaku's fantastic. If you type exclamation point Zaku, you'll see my builds for them.
Abase yourself.
They're fantastic.
And you, even you,
High range,
understand.
good damage, great survivability. Woo-oo. Is it okay? Yeah, it's a spy mission. Wukong's the best spy frame in the game.
Increased security measures. The enemy would rather destroy their data than let it get into our hands. Stay focused. There's
Oh?
a heavy unit approaching.
Auto breach! We love auto breach. Uh.
You've triggered the alarms. Lose
Auto breach? Damn it!
a complete failure.
Come on, auto breach. What the frig?
Data extracted. They won't even know it's gone.
Whee! Okay.
The enemy has successfully destroyed all the data.
Boop, boop,
This
boop,
mission is a
boop.
failure.
Yeah, if you guys aren't certain about doing the spies, just leave it to me, guys. If you're uncertain about one of the rooms, just walk away from it. I'll wander over and do it. We'll try one more time. Oh, it's not hard. It's just sort of one of those things of, you know, we make a mistake, it punishes us. But it's not hard at all. It's all good. It is all good in the hood. Not a big problem, even in the slightest. Accidentally use your 3? That's a report. Yep. Illegal behavior. Forced on your part, it's not showing options. No worries. I figure that's happening to everybody here.
You must understand his role to understand his
Energy.
You know these vaults.
Energy.
Find what you can.
Oh, Natar. I am no mere cipher. Come to me in humility.
Whee!
Yourself. And you, even you, will understand.
Okay, just don't
None of the scanners
do what I ask you.
Be on the lookout for increased
Auto breach! Whee!
Stay focused.
You love to see it. Auto breach! This is the run, chat. We got it this time. Triple auto breach. Do, 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 do. Wow. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I got turned around.
You've triggered the alarms. Lose this layer and the mission. The data is still intact.
And off we go. Whoop, that's not the way I was looking, but thank you.
I saw the truth far too late.
Hey, we got it. Third time's a charm.
You will, won't you?
Whee!
My brother is unwell. I will burn the sickness out of him.
I zoom. I zoom. Wait. There we go. Nice and simple. You love to see it. Like smoke. Here we go. We got it. Oh. There we go. Alrighty, what do we got next? We got a survival. Nice and easy. We were rewarded for getting through that with a nice, delicious, chill survival. Black smoke.
We can divide Pazul's fractured mind.
Whee!
Draw attention.
Can't wait for the survival changes. Yeah, those look really cool.
Ransack Pazul's archives.
Very excited. All right, I mean, let's go like find a room and sit together, I suppose. Not that we really need to, because it's just one of these survivals, but you know.
Purge. You must endure. I will send what help I can.
Makes it easier. How do you feel about the AX-52? Fantastic weapon. If you want to see my build for the AX-52, I've got two of them. One using biotic rounds, one using not biotic rounds. And you can just type exclamation point AX-52 for that one. What ones am I the most excited for? What upcoming life quality of life changes? So there's two big ones, being for excavation and survivals. The excavation one is giving your excavators gives your excavators why did that get caught by automod?
Tenno, prepare for
Sorry about you got any ideas what to slip on a melee influence build instead of smite mod temporarily? There's no smite or tech rot. Elements, damage. Kind of depends on the weapon, kind of depends on the build. Yeah, so survivals are getting item inside of the mission that's going to spawn with every life support pod that will increase the speed at which the survival timer goes by twice. For your Lecta, yeah, then I would just go with literally elements at that point for influence. If you got another damaging element, go for that. We're very spread out. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's a Archon Hunt survival. It's not like this is hard. You know, if you got Elementalist obviously would be really good. Okay, let's hang out in this room here, peeps. Pretend that we're friends. Since all the enemies have chosen Screaming Pirate as the target of choice today. Yeah, so it's increasing the speed by 2 times for the survival duration. So it will tick up faster to the 5-minute timers. And they spawn with every life support pod. So that will be really, really tasty when that eventually comes around. And then the other one is excavators in excavation missions are going to be getting much more durable. They're going to spawn with invincibility when they first spawn, so they'll actually be able to, you know, do something instead of just getting one shot in high level missions. And then also they're getting shield gating, which has been a request that I have been asking for years, long before I was a creator, either in official or unofficial method. Yes, no more one-shotting in Steel Path Circuit. Precisely, Sparkatron. Absolutely precisely. And then the other one that I'm really, really excited about is the mantling changes. Which if you need some more information about what I'm all talking about there, I did put out a short a few days ago, going over those 3 changes specifically of what's coming with the Shadowgrapher, or Shadowgrapher, as is apparently the official pronunciation. See that? Why am I auto-mantling on that? At least it'll be a faster movement. Shadowgrapher. Smack, 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 smack. Smack, 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 smack. Smack it. Smack. I do love Warcry on Wukong. This is fun. It's just a good old time. Shadowgrapher? That's another one. I'm actually really excited for Shadowgrapher. I'm really kind of a bit annoyed that they had to push back augments, because usually with this type of a patch we would get a set of augments too, and I love augments because it just changes up the way a frame plays usually. So I'm a little bit annoyed that we're not getting augments with this patch, but Foley looks like she's going to be a menace to society, and you know what? I'm here for that. Foley looks like she's actually going to be just like... I don't think people truly understand the power of what Foley's abilities are yet. Yeah, so it just like if you fail, it keeps track of you from the last pass, right? So, let's say round 15 of the circuit. We're just gonna call them rounds for simple sake. Round 15 is a defense, and you lose the defense. You still keep all of your progress up until round 14. The finish of round 14. Was busy losing his mind over making Foley work. Yeah, I have heard about some of the insanity with Foley's kit. She's looking... I don't think people truly understand how strong item damage is in Warframe because it scales with enemy levels. Like, it's gonna be really, really, really interesting. Like, those gas barrels are gonna do some pretty bonkers amount of damage. The death orb is gonna be pretty ridiculous. The turrets are gonna be pretty ridiculous. The arc traps are gonna be pretty ridiculous, yeah. So, like, I've got a lot of questions of how her kit's gonna all function in. But it's looking pretty tasty. It's 6 p.m.? I know. Why is it not dark out? Because daylight savings time. They're saving us from the darkness. Thanks, that was because what happened? You got goofed by the host in the last second, was you left alone solo. Steel path defense, by the way, after a +1 hour circuit farming. Yeah, so like if you fail, it should save all your progress up to the mission previous to that one. Or the round previous to that one, I should say. Also, everyone, just as a reminder, I am thinking of doing a bit of a... I know I've been talking about this for months. But I think we're gonna pull the trigger on changing up the stream time a bit, which will just be starting an hour later and ending an hour later. Nothing too crazy. So it shouldn't change your day for most of you. Just it'll be starting at 2 p.m. Eastern rather than 1 p.m. Eastern, and then going till 8 p.m. Eastern instead of 7 p.m. Eastern. So it really shouldn't change anything for anybody all that much. Just sort of with the analytics of stuff, a lot of my video content is more North American based. So I'd like to be able to have that aspect of the community be able to come and join us more. Just lost loads of material, but not the points, and this steel path circuit farming before the weekly reset. Oh yeah, you should be fine then. Does Eclipse work on Exalted weapons? Eclipse works on all weapons, yeah. RT10 are about to be busted with Foley. Yep. This will be awesome for the trout population. The trout population is gonna have a great time, right, Sir Chris? The trouts are gonna love it. Chris is the official speaker of the trouts. All trouts are known to be in love with spectral top hats. This is it's known. If you don't know that, what can I say? It's just American education system, right? How you doing, Chris? What you been up to? Sorry, you got sucked into a bit there. You didn't have a choice. You had to participate. Mods, if we got a mod hanging around, can we get a shout out for Sir Chris, please and thank you? You're good? You're in for the bit? You know me? Yeah, exactly. I feel like most of my streamer friends are, like, definitely always in for the bit, you know? Flynn, Sam, you, Ken, Brozyme, everybody's, like, super in for the bit, always. Thank you very much, Deucelord. Appreciate you. If DE player joins a public game, is it in front of the name like this? No, it is like this. Dinos is always down for a bit. Dinos is a B. It. Ah. Ah. Spin me right round, baby, right round. Play with DE? No. DE is always square brackets like that. That's how you know. Like a rev main, baby, right round? They don't spin around. They barely know how to walk. I'm the worst. Someone you watch later at night for you, just met dinos. This is such a small world. Oh, we love dinos. Me and dinos? Listen, if you come to TennoCon, if you're looking for me, just look for dinos. And if you're looking for dinos, just look for me. That's like the easiest way to find me. Yeah, if you just need to look for the tall people. One has a mustache, one has a beard, and you'll find the other. If you come to TennoCon, there's almost a guarantee. All TennoCon last year, Dinos was my safety buddy. Because I was like, Dinos, I'm really socially awkward, and you've been here before, and you know these people more than I. So I'm gonna hang out with you for tonight. And he was like, okay, I'm down with being the socially awkward glue friend. I'm like, yeah! And then we hung out the whole entire time. It was great. You'll find us? Ooh, Chris. Excited to meet you. I'm excited, like, so last year was my, like, first year as a creator at TennoCon. But it was also, I was in the Warframe content creator program batch immediately before TennoCon. So now that I'm a little bit more known in the community, I'm kind of excited to see who I'll meet. Because I only met, like, 4 or 5 people last year.
Who whispered dreams of dominion and
I will see you before you see me, probably.
and tormented delusion?
You're a spectral top hat. I won't be able to see you at all.
Upon this.
That's unfair. That's cheating. That's what you'll see? Are you just gonna have a top hat on a stick? And that's your cosplay as yourself? It's like, yes, this is Sir Chris. Ah! Flashbang.
You found her. Those eyes can kill.
Yeah, damage attenuation, right, chat? Oh, I miss damage attenuation. I'm probably the only person who misses damage attenuation. Oh? Where do you think I'm supposed to be going here? Down here?
This gate only
I'm heading to A because I love ass.
opens and use those.
Sorry. No, I'm not. Ah. Oh? What? I didn't say anything weird. You are what you eat? Hell yeah, you know. That's not the button I pushed, but thank you. B for booties? Exactly. Hey, JP, how you doing? Mods, can we shout at a biggest dickus, please? Lizard. Biggest dickus. JP. JP's biggest dickus. Oh, did I not pick up the thing? Thanks, cool guy. I'm bad and incompetent. You feel like you're having a stroke? JP is biggest dickus.
Naira,
Cock's the smallest.
I will not stand idly aside while she and Pazul devour my
Zenosfire confirmed noob, accurate, and real. My YouTube comment section likes to make sure that I'm aware of that. Thank you very much, Douche Lord. Appreciate you again. Does anyone else smell toast? No. Not this time. If you don't say that while you're playing Wukong, you're playing Wukong wrong.
You don't
Yeah, war cry on Wukong. It's hilarious.
Tenno. Her kind may expect.
I mean, he doesn't get like as much armor as he gets from Defy, but you don't really care because you get the attack speed and the armor's just kind of a nice bonus. What does Warcry even do? A bunch of attack speed and some armor. Oh, I love this song. My stepmom went to the Bare Naked Ladies concert recently, and we were talking on the phone. She's like, yeah, I'm gonna go see this band called Bare Naked Ladies. And I was just like, yeah, they're one of my favorite bands. I'm legitimately incredibly jealous of you, because this song was the title song for the OG Digimon movie in 2000 even. And it was just like, nice. And then it was just kind of a funny little moment where my stepmom was like, wow, this is the band I really loved. It's a band that I love too. Anyway, gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so the new people look at approval ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, twist up to show, otherwise, it takes you. Bye. That was actually legible that time. 1 week since you looked at me. I'll wait for that break to be over, and then we'll take a look at Arlet stuff here. Chinese chicken. Oh, I'm gonna make chicken tonight. Oh yeah, I'm gonna make some chicken and rice and veggies. It's gonna be great. Think you finished up Garbell? Just need to rank up some more mods? How dare you? One week since you looked at me. With some lemon pepper, rice, and veggies been a staple in the house for weeks now because of how stupid simple it is? Yeah. Are we shilling? We're always shilling. Can we get 5 gifted subs for the shilling requests? Rue's not here to shill for me, so I gotta shill for myself. Yeah, I just got like rotisserie chicken. You would, but you're broke. It's a bit. Ace, that was a bit. Ace, wait, no, that was a bit. See, I say the bit for the joke of it, and then people call me on the bit, and then I feel bad for it. Ace, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Super appreciate you. If you got gifted a sub, please make sure to say thank you, as that is the right thing to do. And you got the badge? Oh yeah, you got the, was that number 600? That was number 600, Ace. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Had a rot chicken leftovers? A rotter? A what? Captoka? I'm gonna guess that's your pronounce name. How's it going? Welcome in. Okay, Arlet, what you got? A Saren Prime, is this good? Maybe. Arcane Circumvent. Okay, so you don't really need Arcane Circumvent. It's useful because you aren't doing any shield gating stuff. So Arcane Circumvent's actually pretty good, and then you get like yourself an emergency status cleanse slash stuff with that there. Molt Augmented for more power strength. Yeah, no, this is, yeah. I mean, the only thing I would say is like a roar, because this looks like a weapon platform build. Excuse me. This looks like a weapon platform build, so you're probably going into like, you know, gun damage or melee damage. And which at that point, then your helmet of choice being weapon platform over top of your thing here. Oh, rotisserie chicken. Yeah, I love rotisserie chicken. Yeah. Yeah, I got rotisserie chicken sitting in the fridge right now. I gotta eat it today or else it's definitely not gonna be okay to eat tomorrow. Yeah, no, I mean, nothing really to say here. This looks really good. Obviously, helmet of choice, depending on what you're wanting to go with here. I mean, Archon continuity doesn't really matter, so go for Prime continuity. Because if I remember right, nothing here really... I think actually this might activate on Archon continuity, but Archon continuity is not the greatest to run on Saren, so you can just run, you know, whatever, just Prime continuity. Yeah, nothing to say. Nothing to say there. Arlet looks good to me. Ace, a Nefri. Damage range, toxin range and melee damage with minus impact. Actually, that's pretty tasty because this replaces the toxin mod. Now, unfortunately, the toxin mods on melees is the prime, so like you're losing a little bit of damage there, but it's range and melee damage, so like also really good. The fireballs are multi-gun co. Oh, that makes this really good then, yeah. I forgot that the fireballs are multi-gun co on these things. Or multi-co. It's not a gun. I'm gonna keep calling it multi-gun co and you can't stop me. But yeah, no, I mean, yeah, this is great. I kind of wish that it wasn't Toxin here specifically. Because you get Toxin from a Prime mod, but like, I wouldn't keep rolling it. What's his follow through? I don't even own the Nefri, I don't think. Yeah, I don't own the Nefri. 80% follow through. Yeah, it's perfectly fine. Yeah, 80% follow through is great there. Dale rice and garlic? I do. And I was thinking about doing a little stir fry or a little fried rice shenanigans tonight. Yeah, no, that looks great. Mobzilla. Circumvent, Aegis, fast deflection, thermal transfer, mock crush. Typically speaking, people keep the 2, right? For the whole shenanigans with Aegis, fast deflection. No, that's just the passive. I mean, I would still probably put Roar over this and then run around with mock crush personally, but yeah, nothing really to say here. I would say that you probably don't need Archon Stretch on here. Because if you're playing Thermal Transfer, you're just playing Weapon Platform. So, like, I would drop Archon Stretch here for probably a Rolling Guard for, like, the emergency random status cleanse from the Toxin procs. You know what I mean? But, like, also Circumvent. Honestly, I don't think you need Circumvent here. Aegis plus fast deflection is basically invincibility here, except for Toxin procs. But Circumvent does give you an armor strip, it does give you a shield removal and shield buffer, and gives you overguard every once in a while, which is also really nice. So I understand why you're going multiple levels of survivability. You know, having backup plans for survivability is never a bad idea. So I think what you got here is pretty solid. Today you reach level cap with this build, planning a swap rush for prime sure-footed that you get in 5 days. Also the same config, but with Wrathful Dance instead of Roar. Anything you should do for late game content. The 2 is useless for level cap. Use thermal transfer to get blast damage. Okay, yeah. I figured you were doing thermal transfer for blast damage, yeah. Yeah, if the 2 is not good for your style into level cap, then that's totally fair. I tend to find that I like the 2 whenever I'm playing Gauss, so I usually would throw Roar over the 1, personally. But, like, again, if it works, it works. Also, Gauss isn't a frame that I play a whole ton. So yeah, the only thing I would say is maybe a rolling guard for the random status stuff, but if you aren't having any problems and you use Circumvent properly, you should have no problems at all. Dual Coda Toxica. So these things are really weird. And after having a conversation with Sam last night about how weird these things are, I wanted to take another look at them. Because they got some really, really odd stuff. Like, did you know that this is multiplicative with this? So, like, this is one of the few times in my life that I'll ever actually use a faction mod. And did you know that this, the little cold things, can activate secondary encumber? So you can status prime for yourself with Galvanized Shot to play into that multiplicative damage. It's weird. The cold spores apply encumber? Yes. Like, I knew that these things were multiplicative, and I knew that. Like, I knew this, but I did not realize that this is this. Or sorry, I should say this. I remember that I learned it at one point in time. So in today's short, which you can watch in the pinned comment there, I did my Frost build to play in with this because there's a bunch of really interesting things with this. So these apply cold status effects. So when you're using Frost, his passive gives you armor based on the amount of enemies affected by cold status effects within infinity range. Not 10 stacks, just 1 stack. Meaning that these will give him more armor, which then you can feed into Overguard through Icy Avalanche. You also stack Frostbite and Ice Storm? Yeah, you could, but I'm going with this direction here. Yes, it does help with Ice Storm, but the problem with Ice Storm is that this doesn't get you up to 10 stacks to activate Ice Storm. Unless you use it within something else. And in my case, when I'm using it with his Shivering Contagion, so that every enemy who's within 6 meters of an enemy who has these on gets cold. So if there's 2 or 3 of them together, then they'll get up to that 10 stack very quickly for Ice Storm. Which then also plays into the passive of the passive augment, Biting Frost. So then that will give you 200% critical damage and 200% critical chance. It's a funny little combination, which you can watch in today's shorts, but I just kind of want to like look at this a bit more. Shivering Contagion is one of those mods that most definitely shouldn't be allowed to work on companions. Yeah, it definitely falls under that category of real BS. What's the reason for running the faction mod? The unique trait, as it's a unique source of faction mod, or a unique source of multiplicative damage, is multiplicative with faction mods. So it's multiplicative on multiplicative. Ah. Yeah, it's real good. So when we go over here to our Nautilus, who's going to be our enemy grouper, and then also with Shivering Contagion on here. Pop. But what we'll do for now is we'll remove poor boy there. We'll just swap to a random rifle. Congratulations, Gridlock. You are going to hold Shivering Contagion. Here you go. You can just hold on to that for me. And then we go like this, and we go to Frost. We go here, we go like this. So now, when this guy... Oh, is it because it's not the weapon that's out? Hold on. Hold on. Why was this working before, and now it's not? Why was this working before and now it's not? Oh, it's not working off of Shivering Contagion. Not in the way that I was thinking that it would. But that's okay because it still works either direction. I just need to double check something here. Is it a primary that spreads cold status effects in an area when inflicting cold status effect on the enemy? This is not functioning how it was this morning, so now I'm very confused. Why are you getting affected with cold? Because theoretically, the cold being applied by the unique trait... Oh, it's on the initial. That's what it is. So it's doing it on the initial, but it's not doing it on subsequent applications. With the dual-coded Toxica. That's what's happening here. No, it's not. Why is it working sometimes but not other times? What's causing it to work on some applications but not all of them? Like that one, it worked on. Does Shivering Contagion have an internal cooldown? Oh, I think that you're right, Ace. I think that's activating off of a random cold effect from Encumber. So it's still fine for what we're doing here, because what we're doing here is the frost build from today's video, which is this one here, because we're using freeze force. So the cold is being applied by freeze force instead. There we go. Yeah, now I need to drop cordon off of my Nautilus real quick. Do you got Blood Rush? Yeah, I think you're right, Ace. It's coming off of Encumber. Yeah, it's when Encumber applies a cold status, it will activate the Shivering Contagion cold. Yeah, that's precisely what it is. Okay, so it's not the unique trait of the weapon activating Shivering Contagion, it's Encumber activating Shivering Contagion. So I'll need to make a quick update pinned comment in the shorts. Which is strange because the trait activates Encumber. Yeah, so like if the trait gets a 10, like gets a cold from, like randomly spawns a cold with the Encumber trait, then it's fine, but it's like, that's a little bit rando, of course. Okay, that's still fine. It still does, essentially does what I was trying to say in the short. Yeah, it still works because like, so the idea is what we're using freeze force with it, so it's just giving the weapon a ton of cold, so we're still activating the 10, which is helping us get to the crit stuff for Biting Frost, right? And we're just also status priming off of Encumber. Yep, okay. Not that big of a deal, but it is a little bit of an incorrectness. Oopsie there. It's not Duveri, it's the Isle Weaver for the Thalos. It's the better Duveri. Yeah, see? So Encumber will spread random status effects off of the cold procs here. Isn't it both? To my knowledge, it's only Isle Weaver. I believe it's an Isle Weaver resource. See? Not very frequently, but also more status effects is not something I'm going to say no to. Have they sorted out the cold status from the Torxic causing enemies to float away? Seems so. And then we add this in. Whee! 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 Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to split the community, so sub to bro. Otherwise, I say bye. One of my favorite weapons, Bob? Sicarus, Okina, and Strun Prime are my 3 favorites. The Kuva Hind is a ton of fun. The Tentaclaxion is great. The dual coated Toxicas are fantastic. Kuva Nucor, Kuvakom, Kuvasobek. I'm just sort of like thinking of the regular weapons I use quite frequently. Yeah, those are kind of the weapons I use the most. Bob? Might be around 200 flat and you get more CC via the Gladiator set. I hate the Gladiator set. The Cinta? I've seen some really interesting things with the Cinta, but I still haven't farmed all the materials to craft it yet. I need to go sit in Duvary for a while. Get those delicious materials. I'm actually gonna make that a bug report because I feel like that should be functioning like that. A little weird. I actually am gonna make that a bug report. It's cold size proc by the weapon, which is activating, which is the activation requirement for shivering. Yeah, exactly. I also wonder if it's just a semi-bug. Let me take this for a quick spin. Yeah, let's take it for a little quick spin. And see if I'm losing my mind or not. You can also, if you're looking for some more hate stuff, I do have a hate build on the channel. that you could check out. Okay, yeah, it's not working in mission either. All right, we'll give this a quick second here. What's up? Not much. Just trying to narrow down a bug here.
Stand by for life support.
Okay. So yeah, it does seem to be bugged. Interesting. Okay, cool, cool, cool. All right. Well, I made the bug report, and we shall see if it goes, or if it doesn't. But yeah, this is kind of the build I'm working with here. This thing's a really wild weapon. It does some very silly things. I love it. And I do love it. You're gonna play a prank on your friends, gonna name your new Cobra as your friend's in-game name, and don't equip mods, so then when it dies, they'll be bamboozled. That's hilarious. I love harmless pranks like that. I do love it. What do we got here? We're missing cordon and assault mode. Yeah, okay. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else I want to do with this build. I don't think so. Going to the crit status hybrid with more critical damage from here. We're getting 200% crit chance from Frost, 200% critical damage from Frost. We got Primed Expel Orkin playing into this because these are multiplicative to each other, or this one's multiplicative to this one, and this one, and they're all multiplicative to that guy. Second Encumber for further status effects to work in with those. Primed Heated Charge is for damage because it's a Prime mod, although I don't know if I want to go electric or heat. Prime Convulsion or Primed Heated Charge? I feel like since we're removing all the enemy's armor anyway, we'll go with Primed Convulsion for the extra AoE. And the instantaneous damage ticks. Makes more sense to me. Torsico with Encumber is fun on Frost, but the Furious Incarnate with Encumber is silly. Oh yeah, it's great. Oh yeah, it's fantastic. Yeah, I think this makes most sense for me. Your weapons suck for EDA? Oh, EDA was actually really easy this week. So was ETA. It was a very chill week this week. Sorry, I was just checking in on a quick little PME thingy there. Proud to say this week's ETA with Banshee and only died once? Heck yeah. I mean, Banshee's a bit of a squishy frame, right? So it makes sense that you might have some problems there. Every once in a while. Yeah, I think electricity makes the most sense here. Right? Auto, immediate. So some damage over time effects in the game deal damage on the 0 tick, and some deal damage on the 1 tick. Electric deals damage on the 0 tick, which in this case, because we're doing 100% armor strip with Frost, makes more sense for us to utilize. And on top of that, gives us a little bit more crowd control, and it also spreads to enemies nearby and plays well into sort of the whole function that we're going with there. Magnetic is just here because it's an element, right? It's a combo element for the magnetic progenitor, which then also gives us another element for galvanized shot. So we've got 4 elements on the weapon, plus whatever we get from here, plus cold from Frost, plus whatever we get out of our companion, being our Nautilus. So this is actually a pretty solid choice here. Only squeezing in the sense that she doesn't inherently have ways to recover, but the game is so overflowing with survival tools, you might as well be immortal for everyone else. Yeah, exactly. So like if you don't build into it through the helmet system, she has no baseline survivability, is what I mean by that. Why is that like that? Even ignoring the helmets, you still hold the above opinion? Oh yeah, no, it's one of those things where you need to build into the survivability much more consciously with her. Right? It's not like she has an inbuilt survivability mechanic on her outside of like silencing enemies so they can't cast stuff at you, which is not necessarily not necessarily a survivability mechanic, but is in a way. And with her fourth ability being in the state that it currently is, of course, that whole thing with her fourth ability, staggering enemies, doesn't really matter. Yeah, I think it's the build for tomorrow. And this is where we're going to talk about like this whole stuff, this tech stuff. Kursama, the chatbot doesn't work over there, so give me 1 second and I'll grab you the link. Unfortunately, YouTube's API doesn't work very well for chat commands like that, so I just haven't been able to get it set up for you. But I am happy to do the legwork for you of copy and pasting it over from the other side. Using evade instead of a 1, but DE has yet to make sonar weak points work with it. Yeah, because sonar weak points are technically not real weak points. They're a little bit weird coded like that. They're like vulnerable points is kind of a better way to say it. So it's not a weak point, it's a vulnerable point in like the idea of weak points for the rest of the game's mechanics, or most of the rest of the game's mechanics. A little bit strange. Thanks though, happy to, Kursama. I'm always like, if you prefer YouTube, by the way, just say something like, hey, do you got a build for X? And if I do, I'm happy to copy and paste it over for you. It's, you know, it's not your fault or YouTube chat's fault that YouTube's API is dumb. So I am happy to facilitate every once in a while with a little bit of extra legwork on my side. Look, it's my knee. Ooh, that sweet, sweet knee corn. One of these days. What do you think is the chance of a weapon has an incarnate genesis becoming an adversary weapon? 0. At the moment. 0% chance. So far in the game, there's kind of a, when it comes to incarnates, there's been 2 sort of limiters to them. Being, if it has an alt fire, it can't have an incarnate. And if it's an adversary weapon, it's not getting an incarnate. That's so far been the thing. Flavor text used the words critical weak spots a long time before non-head weak points were added, and the murmur came in with actual critical weak points. Yeah, exactly. And that's why I say a vulnerable spot rather than a weak spot, like a weak point. I think that's why I make that sort of differentiation there. Is it okay to ask about that arcane earlier? I'm not certain what arcane you're talking about, Sparkatron, but you're absolutely welcome to ask. An incarnate Toncore would be very silly. It would be really good. It'd be really, really good. Incarnates and adversary weapons are very powerful. Yeah, if you take a look, sort of like the higher the MR of the weapon, the stronger it is. When it comes to certain arcanes on incarnate adversary weapons, largely speaking, it's more to do with how it's not a general thing. It's a how does this weapon function and what is its weak points that I need to make up for, right? So Kuvanukor, garbage crit chance, right? Trash crit chance, really good critical damage. So its weak point is its crit chance, which makes Enervate so good on it because it's an arcane that's covering that. Do you need more damage and also have a really low reload speed? Merciless. Do you have a headshot interaction, or is it a high status based weapon so to go into gas and heat? then I forgot to turn off the invites thing here. There we go. And it's sort of like that. So the way that I always look at arcanes on weapons is there a unique synergy? If yes, go with that. Is there a weakness to the weapon? If yes, fill that weakness with something that adds into it. So for instance, one really good synergy is the Furix, the Furus Incarnate. The Furus Incarnate has an evolution where when you deal electric status effects, it gets multi-shot, which makes the voltage work very well because it's more multi-shot, right? So it's like we're playing more into that function of the weapon. So it's not really it's not binary like that in the sense of the rule of like the one to go with. It's more of this is where I go, like I think about the arcanes is more about covering weak spots or amplifying synergies rather than individual thing type situation. I'm sorry, that probably doesn't really make a whole lot of sense there. I apologize. Does Warframe round up or round down when it comes to constricted? I don't know. Yeah, you always try to avoid phrasing of weak points when explaining sonar to friends. You tell them it's similar, its own multiplier, and it applies last in the damage formula. Yeah, that's a pretty good way to say it. Interesting, Sonar's relationship with the damage formula makes Banshee surprisingly bad at using critical stats compared to other frames. Oh, really? Huh. Yeah, another question? Yeah, of course, Sparkatron. You can ask whatever you need to, as long as it's not like an inappropriate question. And asking questions about the game is not inappropriate. See, that's another depends question, right? So one really good example of that depends. Like a good example of go with it is Deadhead or Longbow Sharpshot, right? On headshot, gain 300% critical damage to your next shot. Multiplicative damage, this needs to be clarified. On here, it's just gain 360% damage, but then you also get a headshot multiplier. For me, if you don't have a max ranked Longbow Sharpshot, I typically will go into primary Deadhead. But if you have a max bow Longbow Sharpshot, I would go Longbow Sharpshot over primary Deadhead. So like this is a good example of like these ones here of being, if I had a non-max rank but a max rank, I would go with this one over this one, but if they're both max rank, I would go with this one. Longbow Sharpshot is when it starts to outshine, yeah. So it's like when you have a higher rank Longbow Sharpshot, it starts to outshine it. But also for the way that I play, I tend to prefer primary Deadhead because I'm not good at headshots, and this duration on the headshot damage helps me better, right? Because I'm not always going to be landing headshots in order to take advantage of Longbow Sharpshot. So, yeah. Why do I have 133 primary Deadheads? Okay, chat. Someone hit the Gamba button. Someone hit the Gamba button. We're going gambin. What are we gambling, chat? What arcanes are we hunting for? I actually don't know if I'm still missing arcanes. Probably still am from something.
We've had a few. I helped chart
Hot shot? I mean, we can gamble for hot shot. Yeah, my middle mouse button's still not working properly. Oh, there we go. It worked that time. Oh, that's one I actually need. That one I don't. That one I don't. Should I melt down a full universal thing? Yeah, middle mouse button will full stack. The problem is that my middle mouse button doesn't always work. Crux, Truculence, Molt Reconstruct. Do I care about Overcharge? Nah. Do I care about Crepuscular? Nah. Yeah, we'll keep that one. Yeah. Only 11,000 Phosphor. Only 11,000. All right, if you got a sub, you get to watch me Gamba, and if you don't got a sub, then you can't watch me Gamba. See you in a second. Okay, chat, we have to gamba during only the ad break. So what are we gambling for? We're gambling for hotshot. Okay. I'll throw 2 million credits at the gamba. There we go. Classic 40. Nope. 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 Oh, man. Chat, we're not gambling well. It's because I baited people with Twitch subs. Ah, dang it. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Ah! Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh. The poor trout population. The poor trouts. Whatever shall we do for the trouts? Oh, no. We gotta be done. We only got 26 seconds left of gamba. No, Zarat, you don't have a sub. You can't gamba. You can't watch me gamba. If you don't have a sub, you can't watch me gamba. That's the rules. You're supposed to be watching ads right now, Zarat. Why aren't you watching ads? What are you doing? Close your eyes. Avert your gaze if you're not subbed.
All satisfactory, I trust.
That was really bad. Okay, gamba's over. Imagine we only gamba during ad breaks. That would be a hilarious bit. We only gamba during ad breaks. Chat, hear me out. No, you didn't see anything. You don't have a sub. Illegal behavior. Mods, watch Riaz. I actually think that's hilarious. You're guessing what happened? Precisely. I think that would be hilarious. You can only watch gamba if you're subbed. Can someone also who gambles Vosper confirm that buying packs in smaller quantities gives you the rare arcanes more often? Because you feel insane? Oh, I have no idea. New live rule. I feel like we're gonna need like a Bible level book of the stupid stream bits and rules. Profiting off of FOMO? Yeah, man. Have you not met me? I'm a shill. I'll shill for myself all the time. You got 2 escapists? Karma's directed? It is. Icicle is filling the ruse role today. Can we get 5 gifted subs for the shilling? That's a joke. Please don't do it. This is the joke for the bit. You're revoking my shill tag? No. It's mine. Mine. It feels like you bought 10 and got 3 hot shit. Okay. Who? Mathematicians. Math people. What's the alpha we need to be 100% sure that this is actually a thing? No. What is it? Who's a mathematician? Where's my mathematicians? I will blow my proverbial load at this science experiment.
The very name smacks of sorcery.
So I did 40 there, and we got 2 legendary arcanes. Right? So what we'll do is we'll buy 40 of these and see how many legendary arcanes we get. I feel like that's a pretty decent sample size, right? Does that work? Does that make sense? 40? Is 40 enough of a sample size? Where's Ken? Okay, no. Okay, someone in chat, keep track. That was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that's one of 9. Okay, 9, 10, 11,
Will there be anything
12, 13,
There we are then.
14, 15,
Will there be
16, 17,
Splendid.
18,
Splendid.
19,
There we are then.
20, 21,
Will there be
22, 23,
Will there be anything
24, 25,
Splendid.
26,
There we are.
27, 28,
There we are.
29, 30,
Splendid.
31,
Will there be anything
32, 33,
There we are then.
34, 35,
Will there be anything else
36, 37,
Splendid.
38, 39, 40. Okay, so we got 7 of 120 as legendary. Buying singles versus 2. I mean, listen, that's actually, I mean, maybe we're gonna need more data points. We're gonna need more data points. Hold on, let me get Google Sheets up. Hold on, let me get Google. Oh wait, not this account. That account's where I put. Oh wait, no, this account's where I put my actual accounting. Okay, away with you. I don't want you to see my accounting. Okay, so we did Arcane Gamba rates. Bulk, single, number purchased, legendary, arcanes, and arcane pack type. So we got 40, 40. We got 2 versus 7, and both were Wholevania. Okay. Date. Today's date, March 10th. Okay, there we go. Interesting. We're gonna have to keep how many? Hold on. How many more?
And the Vosfer
Okay, I don't think I can keep testing this at the moment, but I will keep testing this if I remember, which I won't. Someone needs to remind me next time I do Gamba. Wait, hold on. What's my maximum? 26. That's 13? Oh, hold on. We need to just go do this, and we'll go here, and then here is total arcades. 120. Bulk 13. Single 13. Okay. So we'll buy 13 again in bulk. None. 1. None. 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 Okay. So what's 13 times 3? I'm in freaking sheets. What am I doing with my life? It's 39. Okay. Okay. 1.
be anything else, Tenno? Will
2.
there be anything else, Tenno?
3.
There we
4.
are then.
5. 6, 7,
We are then.
8, 9, 10,
Anything else, Steno?
11, 12,
Steno.
13. All right, all right. All right. So far, we're doing real math here today. We're doing real math. It does seem to be a higher percentage buying it in singles versus bulks. It does seem to be a higher percentage. 7%, 2%, 5%, 1%. So far, not a lot. That's a lot. That's literally doubling, tripling, quadrupling your odds. This is triple your odds. That's really good. You don't gamba enough. That's how we know that you're a smart person, Gundor. You don't gamba enough. You're a smart one. Percent legendary. You don't gamba, apparently. Apparently. You'd melt down legendaries for phosphor? You're that desperate for the gamba? I mean, listen. Listen, at the very least, we are seeing that buying single packs is the way to go. We will keep testing this. Which, by the way, if this is actually a thing, Voss for Gamba. There we go. This is very interesting. Gonna make this into a short? I mean, if it actually if we can get more data sets. Yes, it will be a short if we can get more data set. I am sadly out of Vosper, so I cannot continue this data set. But it does kind of feel like I need to do a lot of level cap runs for the Gamba, for the Arcanes to feed into Gamba. What an odd thing we're doing. Push back the LR5? No! Okay, fine. 21 days. I need to, like... Hold on. I'll get Barty on this. I feel like Barty would be down for this. I need your help with math and science and Gamba. My hair looks great like this. It's just a little long right now. I'm not super happy with it. I was debating just buzzing it. That's hilarious. I bet I could convince a bunch of my creator friends to help me out with this math. Like, I bet I could get, like, the whole stream team and Bart is part of the stream team. I bet I could get them to help me with this math. I bet I could do this. Because a 3 times increase in likelihood is pretty hilarious. Hold on, is any DE staff hanging in here? Hold on, let me check my Twitch chat. Hey, legally, if you're a part of DE, you do have to speak up right now. I'm asking you if you're existing. This is like if you ask a cop if they're a cop. They have to tell you. They have to. It's a legal responsibility. Imagine that was actually a thing. All right, everybody. It's 7. We're calling it here for me today. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Aced, for the 5 gifted subs, Aced for the tier 3 sub, Confused Alacardia for the raid, and Quack for me for the prime. Wait, can't you, my strun? What? Oh, people sent me stuff. Okay, fine, we'll take a quick look. We'll take a quick look and then we'll leave. No mastery test? No. There's no reason. There's no reason for me to go up in mastery rank. Yeah, I'll do it in 5 months, 21 days. Everyone who asks me about my mastery rank test, I push it back a day. So I got LR5, the ability to do LR5 in like mid-December, and people are asking enough. How is it? I mean, it looks great, yeah. Nothing really to say here. I still don't know if I would go with Shotgun Vendetta, but that's largely because I use my shotguns as sniper rifles. You will save up the money to force me to do the test? Oh yeah, you can force me to do the test by gifting 100 subs. That's the other part of the bit. If you gift 100 subs, I will be forced to do the test. Well, you can force me to do the test. There's a bunch of other challenges. Would you accept any data you provide? I know you won't scam the numbers, Aced. And if you do, I'll be very disappointed in you. Nova, what's up? Okay, so instead of multi-efficiency, the new arcane concentration. Instead of multi-efficiency. Archon stretch for free energy. Have a companion activate it. And maybe a rolling guard on here would do you well. Like, I would drop this for a rolling guard. Oh, never mind. You got pillage. What am I thinking? You don't need a rolling guard. You could use an adaptation, though, because then that would work on your shields. And that could be pretty tasty. Could be pretty tasty. Yeah, Arcane Concentration, Archon Stretch, adaptation. Yep, that's all I would do. Looks really good there, Saint. Cool guy. It's a hate. Yeah, looks good. Nothing to say here. Yeah. Nothing to say there. That looks good. Hold on. Do you have the Incarnate on here, cool guy? Because you're saying, why am I not getting red crits? Do you have the Incarnate on here? Because if you don't have the Incarnate, that could be what's causing you to not get red crits. One of the Incarnate evolutions gives you crit stuff. You missed it when the week was out? That's why you're not getting red crits. Yeah. The hate has, that explains why you're not seeing red crits. It's base critical chance. So Blood Rush is actually giving you 40% critical, 44% critical chance just from that. And then Gladiator mods 12%. So that's the reason why you're not seeing the red crits, cool guy. It's the evolution. Which is like fine, because then when it rolls back around, ta-da, red crits. Okay, now I'm abandoning you all into the void. Goodbye. And by that, I mean we're gonna go raid somebody. What's the base crit? I'm saying because that's base critical chance increase. So, like, just with Blood Rush, you're getting 44% from that, right? All right, everybody. Let's go see a mustache. Again, thank you very much for Ace for the gifted, Ace for the tier 3, Confused Alucardia for the raid, Quack for me for the prime. We'll be back tomorrow, everybody. And again, tomorrow we will be starting a little bit later. A little bit later today, tomorrow, because I just have a meeting at 1 p.m. So we'll be starting kind of closer to 2 p.m. tomorrow. So just, yeah, sorry about that. I just got a meeting. All right. See you, everybody. Flan, thank you for the follow. Everybody else, take care. Be safe. Be good to each other. Have yourselves a good day. Go say hi to dinos. If you got a sub. There's some emotes to throw at the dinos. And make sure that you honk